Huh? Oh, it is going through. Cool. Welcome back to the first stream in like 2 days. Of course, this is also... Where did we even leave off? We left off trying to get fucking... drugs. Already demonetized for audience. Open the land. Start land world. What is this running to? What is this fucking cable going to? God damn it! I've been sabotaged! Hello, comrades. Welcome back to yet another video. And today, drugs. But can it run HBMs NTM without lag? NTM Go. Can you catch? Can you catch them all? Oh yeah, look at that shit. What the fuck happened? So let's go ahead and recap what happened. A couple days ago, one day ago, I decided to try and hop on it so we could get the stream going, and I was super fucking tired, guys. I was so asleep, and I wasn't even able to do anything. So that meant that when I went to go play, we ended up with me doing whatever the fuck I was doing. I don't even remember, but I was like, oh my gosh, guys, I'm so fucking tired, guys. I don't know if I can stream, guys. And then fucking being like, yeah, I can't stream because I fucking couldn't remember what the fuck was going on. And so now that's why we have 56 rubber sitting there, which means we can now finally make the Purex machine. The Purex machine. Yes. And finally make that thing. Finally make that thing, you know what I mean? And continue to other objectives. AKA Objective Coffee and Objective Chili. Yes. Phase line coffee and objective chili. Some good planning, guys. Good planning, guys. Plenty. Tveo. I don't even remember what that means. I think that means yours. Yours, you know? You know what I mean? Sprava is like to say on the right. Come on, where's my peoples? This always happens. I'm not here for one day and then my peoples don't show up. Hello, peoples. I am back and need 5 billion and need 5 billion workers. Okay, now hopefully that did the trick. Because otherwise we're screwed. I need 5 billion workers. to build something. They so their jobs actually now are to assemble the centrifuges and stuff. Well, actually, we were gonna build. They wanted to build centrifuges for the fucking stuff, but me personally, being a lazy piece of shit, have decided I don't care about making no damn centrifuges. And so, we're not making gas centrifuges. We're just gonna set it up in the simplest way. Later modifications can be made so it can have extra centrifuges that runs uranium into other stuff. But we don't care about that. That's not our job. It's not my predefined plans. Plenty. Please make a pipe from some rubber. Dude. What the Just calm down, man. Calm down. That song isn't that good. Or is it? I kind of like that song, honestly. Not the rubber song, but hey, I think my 5 billion workers have showed up right now. Awesome, guys. Welcome to the cult of me? I don't know. Here on this channel, we support cultists in all 57,000 countries across the globe. Sponsored by cultists. Totally. And let's continue on with our objective. Get circuits now. I'm actually really efficient right now, and I only took 2 sips of coffee. I'm pretty surprised by that. Because that doesn't make any sense, honestly. Like, typically, I'm like, I don't know, like ADHD mode or some shit. He doesn't have any circuits in there. I was like, just steal some circuits from there. Yeah. Fucking rubber is hiding. Is this actually the recipe we need? Yeah. I'm excited to be on right now. And not crashing out in the most literal form. That's what happened. That other stream. I literally was like, I was so tired because I had only slept for 2 hours. But I was like, the world was spinning and shit. And I couldn't play like that. I was like, God damn, it's worse than being drunk. That's how bad 2 hours of sleep is. Like, if I was drunk, nothing would get done. But 2 hours of sleep is just as bad. Because still nothing will get done. And then everybody's favorite Dash Motors, guys. Dash Motors. Everybody like Dash Motors. From now on, I will remember to check and make sure that it's not hiding over there. Oh yeah, I'm getting my, I'm working on getting my amateur radio license. It's pretty neat, right? Amateur radio license. That means I'll be able to make contacts with strange men. That's weird. Okay. I mean, that's literally what it is. Yeah, I'm working on it. It's gonna take me a while to master it. Cause I've been, so I was actually studying that while I was also studying for this other class I was doing. Which, like, so it might not seem, it probably seems weird, but, like, in my career, like, I still do classes. It's just not, like, science or something like that. It's like, you'll get, like, a class on, like, here's a machine gun. Here's a class on it. because not everybody is gonna know how to use that piece of equipment, especially if it's your first time. So like, it's pretty nice, some of those classes. Except this one gave me an actual certificate that I've hung up on my wall, framed it with cardboard, and hung it up. I'm like, certificate of training, SUAS or something, which is the class basically, which certifies me as a pilot for drones. Or, well, for a drone. Not for all drones. Just for a specific drone. Because, so with the different drones, they have many different ones. It's not like there's one specific type of drone. And if there was, that'd be pretty interesting. Like, everybody's using different drones. Like, some of them are issued, some of them aren't. It just depends on your funding and stuff, really. Like, what's up? Like, each different unit gets different funding than others, and so, like, you know, I am not at the most funded unit on planet Earth, because that's where I'm at. Not at the most funded unit on planet Earth. But at least they did even have the class, which is awesome. Because I got to fly this fucking expensive $30,000 piece of equipment around. And I was like, damn. That's a lot of money, but that's not the most expensive thing even. I actually don't even know probably the Javelin. Or the vehicle. The Brad or the Abrams, super like expensive. But so I'm not involved in operating any of those equipment. I'm not in operating those at all. I don't think that the radios are expensive though. I'm gonna be honest. I think that the radios, you can actually get those online for pretty cheap. Well, old ones. What does this say? Hold on, I just became pretty curious about something. Oh, so Y or V1D? I wonder what that means. Could it be for the HCAT? No. Maybe the Purex holds the answers. Hello, welcome back. Yeah, I'm sorry that we didn't have any streams recently. It's just I was too tired. I was doing my night flights and stuff, which are like just flying at night. Gotta fly the drone at nighttime. You have to be... So with the drone, it's kind of interesting. Like, yeah, you gotta be like, yeah, stay qualified on it, pretty much, to where like you have to fly it within 30 days, within 30 consecutive days, for 15 minutes each day. Gotta remember a bunch of procedures for it too, which are called emergency procedures. They want those verbatim. So it's not like it's kind of like, you know, well, could kind of be like, but really isn't like. Okay, so that's how that works. I was very much curious. But in college, you'll have like a test, and you'll have to put answers on the test, and you can kind of, you'll have like multiple sentence long questions, but the questions, like, it's not that bad on the because there's only 5 of them, and the first one is let me think for a second. So that's going to be radio frequency interference, and it's going to be, so if you receive radio frequency interference, then you would navigate visually and land when practical. Might not make sense, but basically that means to land. You land when it makes sense. So if you can get the thing to keep flying, then you don't need to worry about that. The one thing that I am kind of concerned with is that they're going to be like, alright, now that you know how to do the drone, can you go ahead and teach everybody to do the drone? Like, yeah, I could do that, but I'm not certified to do that. Technically, I could teach everybody how to use the drone, but I'm not certified to teach them to fly the drone and then have them fly the drone, if that makes sense. Because you need to be certified to do that. Or, well, take special qualifications. GTNH level qualifications right there. Are you guys GTNH qualified? Can you handle the pain and suffering of GTNH? I don't think so. Maybe. Probably. Actually, probably. So my audience is the most GTNH players of all time. Well, that's interesting. It's a pretty neat little it was a pretty neat little class. Got certified. So if I ever do webcams ever in the future, I'm gonna make sure that that's in the shot at all times. That way everybody knows I'm qualified to fly drones. Well, a drone. It's pretty neat though, if I do say. And then that's pretty much all I've done this week. See, like with that class, it's awesome because I didn't even show up to work. I was like, alright, show up in the morning. Bye, guys. And give them the middle finger and leave. Middle finger and leave. Middle finger and leave. I wish. I wish. You should start doing that. But just yeah, show up for that, get that done, leave. It's kind of stupid. I'm not gonna be staying as my plan is not to stay as what I'm currently am. I was told water is coolant in some reactors, including PWRs. I mean, technically you're not wrong. You could use it as a coolant. Actually, yeah, that is possible. It could be a so there's two types of reactors that would use a water coolant loop, and one of those is going to be your RBMK that's going to run the single loop, and then the second one is your PWR, which could technically run a closed water cycle and then a water cycle. So that would be your two types of reactors that do that kind of thing. And then, of course, the Xernox is technically a gas-cooled reactor, if you were wondering. For anybody wondering, it is gas-cooled. Well, is it? Kind of. To a degree. Gas-cooled reactor. It's a GCR. But it's not, the gas isn't really a coolant. Okay, so where's my bobblehead? Where am I? Mr. HB, oh wait, contributor. Has contributed Xernox. Okay, what? Somebody teach me how to make a contribution so I can do that. If you guys teach me how to do that. Do you have a ICFR? I don't know what an ICFR is. I don't fucking know what this shit is. My coffee machine made steam go everywhere this morning, so I was like, oh, okay, I don't know what this means. Something's probably going wrong. Oh, no, we're not there yet. That's a different world. No, we're still working on the fusion reactor right now. And by we are, I mean wherever Autumn's at. They're working on the this thing. But it's okay. So we're just starting to get the fusion reactor. We have the Watts reactor. That was our first reactor. I don't really want to be too distracted right now. I'm trying to focus on this thing that shouldn't be that hard, but I keep running around in circles trying to do it. So we need to actually make a fuel drum. You can connect the stellar flux to the fusion reactor once you make one. Fuel rod. Spent fuel cooling drum. Cooling drum. Drum. There we go. There we go. It's a valid fuel. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. What is it? What does that guy say? Was it interesting or wonderful? The byproduct, gold powder, could be used to make flash gold / flash lead fuel or some gold, I don't know. I will have to say, of all my audience members, you kind of provided a lot of good information. I'm going to be honest. Well, usually your comments, I'm already know the answer to them, but this is one I don't actually know anything about. I've never actually knew this stuff until you told me. So, but also we haven't even updated to the. Let me check the actual latest HBM version and see what's going on. I actually need to do that. I need to stay up to date with your HBM news. HBM, where is HBM at? I have contracted rabies. Material autogen now creates redstone ingot form, allowing the smaller than block quantities to be. What the fuck? Visit site. Take me to the site. Remove the ancient Z potential energy blocks. Z potential energy blocks. Drone hitboxes are way smaller. Now the FENSU keeps its charge. Battery sockets are compatible with comparator output. HBM! How dare you? This is too good. That's a lovely thing. I like comparator output. Before I glaze HBM with his greatest thing of all time, somebody needs to make sure that all of this information makes its way to HBM. Yes, we'd have somebody responsible for that. So, HBM, thank you for this wonderful, wonderful thing. I like your comparator output. Battery sockets now have a tooltip when a battery pack is installed. I think you missed a letter here, but it says self-charging batteries. SEF. Here we go. Let me go ahead and show you how many rabies he's actually contracted, guys. SEF. Oh, Jesus, now everybody's seen my tabs. Everybody's gonna have an aneurysm about how many tabs I'm not using. Don't worry, I'll fix it eventually. They are now a new item. Blah, 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 blah. With metadata. Oh, shit. So, hey. Before we update, make sure we get at least 2 of the ZPE blocks. Then we also need to make any rechargeable batteries we might want. New self-chargers have a model and are a fair bit weaker than their old counterparts, but substantially cheaper too. Old batteries now have the Legacy tab. Ooh, I love Legacy. The end calculator window shows history of previous operations. I like that he's got a calculator, and I like that it's getting better. That's good. I've known about the calculator. Pneumatic pipe networks with multiple outputs, especially filtered ones, should now have much better throughput, not due to constantly failing to send items in round-robin mode. That's something we should get, what's his name to do? Where is he even at? We need him. Okay, and then that should be everything I care about. Simplified the cyclotron recipe. Yes, neato, NATO, amazing-o. And so now we have all of the answers. The RAM, tab wrangler. Power limit, oh. Yeah, this is why I do not show that Google window, because that one is just full of tabs, and I, every time I try to get rid of them, I just make 50,000 more of them. So, actually, I haven't even tried to get rid of them. They're the same tabs that have been there for months. Since the last time people called me out on how many tabs I have. Are you like using the fusion reactor now or no? We haven't actually got that done yet because I was too tired the past 2 days to actually do shit. So that's because I was busy. And then of course yeah. Yesterday I was gonna get on, but I just didn't even have the time because I was like, I don't know what's a good idea right now. Probably not doing any of that nonsense because they were pretty much here until like 7:30. I was gonna get on at like 6 because I was not really doing anything. But I did need to study too, and I had to do that because if I didn't study, I was gonna fail. So I was gonna fail if I didn't study, guys. I did kind of fail the hand controller exam. You had to get a. I got 80. So I didn't fail it, I just got a low score. I wish I had more time to practice. We don't have a bedrock processing plant anymore, but when we did have it, it did make vitriol. You see, the bedrock processing plant got recycled into a large variety of different sub-projects and currently is spread across the universe like a supernova. I'm looking for my fuel rods. Where are they at? I don't know because I just don't know. Actually, I don't even know if I have them. And this thing's neat, actually. This thing right here. I'll show you guys that in a second. We'll take a look at it. Because that was a wonderful thing. I don't know if it still is a wonderful thing. It probably isn't. But it used to be pretty neat, so we'll check it out. I don't actually, it won't show you the recipes it does, but it does recipes. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay. We're gonna take 6 steel plates and 4 lead ones. I told you all about my ham radio license baloney that I'm planning to do. So that's good, right? If anybody wants to make contact with me, I'll be in Kansas. But they'll take a little bit, so... Kansas State. The worst state. Actually, Kansas is probably the best state if you were to set up an actual broadcasting tower or to gain enough altitude to where you can do that. What I want to get into is like HF stuff. High frequency transmissions, not VHF and UHF like I currently have. Those are okay, but HF, you can send HF off of the fucking ionosphere, which is absolutely something I want to do. Think about it. If I can send messages off the ionosphere, it could travel farther than any other method. So I just need a directional, well... Actually, that'd be pretty cool, like having a directional antenna that you can broadcast off of the ionosphere and have it drop down into a specific location. Like kind of like a satellite dish, but instead of trying to contact people or contact like stations or anything, you just send all of the RF and bounce it off the sky. That'd be pretty neat. Like, most people think, towers for radio stuff, but technically, there's more towers for, like, microwave kind of frequencies, which are technically in that HF range. Technically. Kind of, well, no, they're not even in the HF range. They're not even in RF, so they're, when you think about it, they're below HF, but I wouldn't be surprised if they still got bounced off the ionosphere. I'm not sure about that. I know, like, a lot of the questions for the tasks are over, stuff like that. I wonder if the Copper Needles USA launched are still orbiting Earth. Of course they are! It's absolutely wonderful. I don't know. I don't even get the joke I'm trying to make, but I just took all the stuff I needed and scattered it into every place that I don't need it to be. I don't know in what universe that makes sense, but apparently it did for some reason. Where are my thingies hiding at? I really need my thingies. But a lot of the stuff for the test is stuff like that. It's electrical questions, electrical engineering kind of questions. So if you know a little bit about electrical engineering, it's pretty cool. I will say it's asking about what the units of inductance are, and it's the Henry, which is for measuring inductance. And inductance is just storing your electricity in magnetic fields, where capacitance is storing your electricity in electric fields. What's the difference? I'm not sure, really. Well, a magnetic field is a magnetic field. An electric field is an electric field. Duh. That's the fucking difference. And then, if you need more information than that, don't question it. I'm an expert. I know what I'm talking about. But I'm gonna get that license so I can actually broadcast on ham radio using my cheap Chinese radio. Even though I don't actually need the license to do that. Technically, I could just not get the license and then but I want to get the license because that sounds fucking neat. Plus, it goes well with all my other certifications. I'll just hang it on my wall. My FCC license to broadcast ham radio. I actually was even looking at what you need to do to get a fucking broadcast station for like FM broadcast radio. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you're driving in the car and then you just turn on those ancient stations that... See, like, here's the thing that's really interesting is that I think the only reason your car still has radios in it is so that way people will actually tune into that stuff. Because the radio in your car probably might... Well, it might also tune into, like, NOAA weather stuff. But... It definitely, like, most people, the radio in their car is probably just for that. And it's mostly people over the age of, like, 30 or 40 at this point who are still listening to radio. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't see that it would make sense for any younger people to be listening to radio, especially with Bluetooth and being able to connect it to your phone. I still listen to radio because I'm a nerd, but... Like, there's so many less channels out there to listen to. And I think someday we might even see all of those, like 107 point whatever the heck, or 99 point something, just become like consumer frequencies. Like, I think that might happen. Because, like, there's gonna be like, all of the radio stations are gonna die out. They're not gonna be able to sustain funding. I mean, yeah, there's an audience right now still, but in a few years, that audience is going to be gone. Because it's mostly, like, people who are getting old. If that makes sense. I'm not saying people who are in their 30s or 40s are old necessarily. I'm saying that they're getting old. And, well, we all know what happens at that point. That means that the things they like will probably go away because their audience is going to diminish. I have to say I don't like that. And if they send up copper needles to orbit the Earth, that's a good question, actually. That'd be pretty interesting if they're still orbiting. I don't know that they could still orbit. It depends on how much they can sustain in orbit. Okay, so back to it. We need to get carbon dioxide in them. Shove some of that shit in them. But we also need to figure out my plutonium. Plutonium tetrachloride. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. No. Actually... If you can make plutonium hexafluoride, but then that's not going to work because the electronegativity of fluorine is going to be absolutely diabolical in that scenario. Since fluorine has such a high electronegativity, it bonds better with other things than... so you won't be able to bond... fluorine with, or you won't be able to bond chlorine and swap it out and do a replacement reaction with the plutonium hexafluoride. Even if it would be pretty cool, you can't do that shit. Because you just can't. But being a non-certified nuclear engineer... Okay, I shouldn't say that. Because then I could get myself into unneeded trouble. Which I don't need. Trying to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do with this shit. Wait, what do we get in here? We get plutonium ingots. And plutonium ingots need to go right back out of the machine. Because that's how that works. So, everything needs to go in there. That will send all of the plutonium to the place where it belongs. West Virginia. Okay, stop. But it should be going somewhere, and it should be going in the correct direction. I see dash. I don't see my plutonium. That is a problem. Or my uranium, for that matter. Unless it is still ejecting plutonium. Let's go. Let's find that information out now. Please give me the information. Oh, hey, I have plans for today. You guys want to know what my plans are? Plans are to do some classes and shit. So I can get more knowledges. Because more knowledges are more powers. Where the fuck is my uranium? Ugh. I don't know where my uranium went, but I'm having issues finding it. 56,000 uranium used to live here. Now it is just a ghost town. Ah, that's where it's going. That's where it's going. Bruh. Ejectificate. Ejectificate. That sounds wrong. Or is it? But everything has to go up through there. And has to get ejected out some other side. Down. Okay, serioso. This is not even cool. Okay, so to fix this issue, we are going to put a conveyor. It's going to run. It's going to run from here to here. Like so. As you can see, it's taking my uranium and shoving it in the hole. This is what every nuclear scientist likes to do after they're done with their work. Except not, because they can't do that. Because they're nerds. Okay, continue. Nice. 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 This is great. I like this thing. This is too satisfying. This is like, this is the ADHD Stimulator 5000. As you can see, all of my uranium is going into the Zernox Chernobyl disaster that we're about to create. And, yeah, so we need a use for the steam. Obviously. Well, actually, the steam cycle is complete on both of them. Both these suckers got their steam cycle complete, bruh. Bruh. Bruh moment. This is a certified bruh moment. But both of these steam cycles are completed. You don't gotta do shit. Next step, figuring out where everything's going. And that involves where the nuclear fuel recycling happens. So when we recycle our fuel and craft our next batch of fuel, which involves Zernox Chernobyl disaster mode XXXD 500. We need basically Zernox rods to get recycled out of the crafting machine, or In other words, we need to uncraft our fuel rods as fast as possible, so I don't have to build 5 billion conveyors. Which, all of that word spaghetti is just to say one thing. I want to use less conveyors. I'm going to not do dumb shit. That makes sense to everybody. I'm certain. That gives me my conveyors, because this place is rubbish. In the wise words of some British guy, absolute rubbish. But that actually doesn't sound British at all. And I'm not doing that again, so unfortunately, at this time, we are not British qualified. No! Just do this. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Nice. Nice. Interesting. This is actually really sad right here. This is too much plutonium, reactor grade plutonium. Sad because all that plutonium was gonna be doing good shit, but then it was forcefully ejected. Oh no, where's the Xernox rods? God damn it. Do 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 do. What is this one? Ah, that one's full of uranium. I mean, plutonium fuel. Jesus. This is a catastrophe. Catastrophic interference. Just try to make a whistle sound, but no, we're not doing that. Interference. Yellow flag. Give this man a yellow flag right now. Right now. Go. Yellow card. He committed soccer treason. Give me my conveyors. I'm gonna build a machine. Do 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 do. Quantum mechanics. Brain pain. Alright, so when we do this, the first step of ejecting is quite simple. We eject our shit. Okay, that's really simple. Eject. Insert. We're going to rotate. Place that there. We're going to hop over here. Do that shit. Jump back up. Insert. And then we can now see what's going to happen when we do this is we'll take our fuel. We'll put it in. And then it's going to give us the recipe that gives us back the other shit. Which that's going to involve us now ejecting our rods back to here. Then the other stuff can go to there. That's simple. Because I don't want to deal with any extra tomfoolery to get it to there. And so that means all I have to do is this simple step that will half the amount of conveyors I was using before. That is the ultimate amazing thing of all time. There we go. And then, of course, all I have to do is find out where my output's going to be for the question mark substances. But that should be pretty much the same for both designs. The other thing that needs to happen with the other design is that we need to make the stuff get converted. Cool. Some neat little switches there. And then we need to make basically the system able to do stuff. So, what do I mean by that? Jeez, my brain is shutting off. Actively shutting off. But we just need a bunch of these components, okay? We just need to keep grabbing components. What's in this guy? What's in this fucking uranium-235? Suck it, nerd. Uranium-235 is for nerds. Nerds only. Okay, so I have 4 of these, which is going to be probably enough. I say probably because I don't actually know. Is that a problem? Maybe. Some people would say yes. I don't really care. We're here to do business. In other words, we're waiting for my stocks to rise by 20% and 85% in value, like they did that one time, so I can become super rich or some shit. All of them now. Oh hey, we need the I need to set up the Sherbidium stuff. I don't know how to do that though. That wasn't supposed to be my job, but I guess it will be if I feel like it, if I get to it. No, I want to do this one. Stop. How dare you? I can't really get it correct. There, okay, that should be good. And then, of course, if that guy ejects that way, and then you need to have this happen, well, it just makes sense to just do it. So it doesn't go like that. That's pretty fucking dumb. Don't do that. Do it smarter. No. Do smarter, not harder. Okay, so what we're gonna do, this is the easy way. There will be no extra weird shapes or stupid stuff. That works. It will put stuff in there. Nice. Cool. And then that should do the job. That I need it to do that job because it does that job. I might just make this one solid brick here. of bricks. I don't know yet. I'm still thinking through it. Like there's obviously look pretty nice. So we might just do that. And then we have to do this guy, which is going to be the exact same thing, just doing plutonium fuel. But he also has an extra step where he has to make plutonium fuel because, I don't know, he sucks. So plutonium fuel involves taking reactor-grade plutonium and the uranium byproducts from this guy. Then you also have to have it recycle into here. And then the second Purex machine is to handle our sherbidic acid recycling. That's going to give you all of your plutonium, because you want plutonium, and it's gonna do all that shit. Now, one thing I already do know is that this thing is probably about to be full. It isn't. That's good. Gonna place that back. We do kind of need to hurry up with getting this place up and running, at least the fusion reactor part. I'm not trying to rush you, but we do need to have that kind of, or at least move the gold somewhere, because we're probably going to overflow gold soon. Let me get back to my train of thought now. So yeah, plutonium has an extra step where you have to make the fuel. I don't have any of that on me right now, so I'm not gonna make it. That's not true, but I'm gonna go ahead and get the stuff I need. So when we recycle this, so each of these has its stuff, this is gonna get whitelisted out this side. We can just blacklist it out the other side. Issue is we lack the beryllium for Leviathans. Let me see what I can cook up. Or actually, have you already been cooking that? We might have, we have... Well, have you checked at the asteroid mining setup? You checked there, right? Because that's got a lot of it. I'll go and find some beryllium somewhere. I'm sure there's some here. Actually, you might have used it all. Yeah, we're also running out of nitric acid. That's funny. Yeah, we're out. There might be some in these boxes though. I don't know. These ones have powder. You can make it in the cyclotron if you have to. If we don't have any other way of getting it right now. Or I mean, I didn't mine it much back in the day, so I wouldn't be, yeah, no, we probably don't have enough. We probably don't have enough. We need more of it though. I don't see any more in any of the bucks. Oh wait, I know where to get some. Brain pain. My brain pain is here right now, guys. We have Australium. We have Australium. Does that count? We have 12 beryllium ore. Does this go through sulfuric acid? We also have a ton of these. Alright, cool. Well, I found us 12. But I don't know the recipe for these. So, basically, with moho stone, the recipe should be something with moho stone. Something special, probably. Moho stone. Ooh. So you put it into the thingy. Let's go ahead and do beryllium. Beryllium. It should be the same for every planet. It basically should be the same. Centrifuge for 2. Acidize with peroxide. And of course for these things, they get sulfuric. Sulfuric? Yes? Yes, they get sulfuric. Other things are going to get the other thing. Then this one's beryllium. There we go. That should do. For now. That's literally 12 pieces. That's not going to be enough to get anything. But at least it's better than nothing. And then we need to... So we need to get those up. We do have a bunch of small turbines laying around, but I don't know if that's definitely not gonna be useful. And let's go ahead and find what we are looking for. Let's see. Okay, back to what I'm trying to think of. I need to go grab this stuff. I need to make plutonium fuel from upstairs. We should have that. Mechanical keyboard. Optical keyboard. Ooh. It's actually pretty interesting. I bet those are silent optical keyboard. Probably weird. Weird as shit. Huh? Okay, never mind. It was just not rendering. But the stuff we need is over there. Oh yes, we're having another multi-planet eclipse of the sun. I think they're all going to be in line soon, which I don't know what that's going to do. But if I know anything about James 2H, it's probably going to end the world. So, let's be on the lookout for that. XK class end of the world scenario is imminent, probably. Nerd. Nerd. There we go. Get it. Not that. But that's okay. RA-226-BE. Nuclear pellets are in your kidneys. That's good. That's good. Good. Thorium fuel. The fuck? Get this shit out of there. No thorium fuel out here. No of that shit out here. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Absolutely not. Put that in there. Box. Where is my substances of the illegal variety? Ooh, plutonium. Look, there it is. Plutonium. But I don't remember what I need for this. You need plutonium. And you need plutonium counterparts. Right? Right. Plutonium fuel is made from plutonium something and uranium 2-3 something. The fuck? Fuel grade americium. Oh. ZFB rods. Nice. But we need plutonium something. 2 plutonium and 4 reactor grade 238. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, so it all depends on how fast we want Sherbidium. But if we do a single cycle where both of our systems are running plutonium, or only one of our systems is running plutonium, and the other one is running natural uranium, we are going to have an issue with speed, because we're going to just be bottlenecked with that. If we have 2 running, we're going to have both of them running. So if you do build the gas centrifuges and find a way to integrate those in, we need to reconfigure it so we can set up both of them to run the fuel. However, I'm just gonna stick with what I have right now because I don't mind the setup. But if you want double the speed, we could do that. Of course, I don't really care because I'm just setting up what's easiest to set up. So the first step is going to be making those billets of fuel, which is made with 238 and this stuff. And unfortunately, I don't have any uranium 238. I have plutonium 238. Double the speed, double the profit. Okay. I think we only need 1 Purex then, or do we need 2 still? Because I have one set up for the regular nitric acid stuff, and then the other one's just set up for. I'm gonna let you figure that kind of thing out, because that's not really like. Oh yeah, and it's already set up to run the uranium in here as well. It's already technically all you'd have to do is plug it in and it does the billets. But just one for the Sherbitic stuff. Yeah, I kind of don't want to do the other thing because this one's already set up for uranium. I don't want to go back and undo it right now, but at the same time, we do get double the profit, technically, and maybe we could just hold off on it and do it later. It's a later problem, but we're also not to the point where this is even ready to run. Because I still need a bunch of other things. So I need an inserter here, which is going to handle plutonium, and another one that's going to handle the uranium-238. I think the bottom one's going to be the uranium-238. The top one could be the plutonium. Since, with this, plutonium needs to come in from that. So, like, essentially, what we need to do is have plutonium run into this guy. So let's see. What's gonna be my plutonium one? This one? Yeah, he's gonna whitelist my plutonium nuggets or ingots, and then we're just gonna convert those down through a combinator funnel, which we're gonna steal from a setup pretty soon. A setup near us, and then so we need nuggets. We're gonna convert from plutonium ingots to nuggets, and then we can. Well, we could technically just do ingots, I think, but I actually am not sure. Everything's going to be in nuggets to begin with anyway, so we're just going to run nuggets. And as it gets those plutonium things into the ingots and converts those, we're going to be able to make Sherbitic acid from ionized particles to reprocess it down for the net gain of Sherbidium and continue making Sherbitic acid because of the fusion reactor. That's the whole idea. So here at Soy Jack Industries, which is our oil mining setup, we're going to have those combinator funnels. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just strategically relocate one of them. Like so. And now you can see that I have 0 issues with my inventory being completely clogged and full of shit rock items. Shit rock. It's like shit coin. Except probably a better investment. I actually did have money in some shit coins. And then I just left it there and didn't trade them. Because I quit day trading. I did try day trading, and then I made $54 day trading, and then I lost $113. And then I remade it all back by just becoming smart and just doing long-term investing. And right now I'm at $219. That's pretty good. Don't hire me. I'm not for hire. Or I'm not even qualified to do that. Not even qualified. I suck at that. Being honest. So now I need to put this combinator funnel linked into this setup, and this thing figures itself out probably. Probably. Well, here's the issue. If I put this in here, doing my Jenga Tetris bullshit, this can go here and hopper right into there, which limits and reduces the amount of unnecessary conveyors in the setup. Then we just need to find a way to hook in or link in my plutonium to that. Probably like this. if I had to say. Brick mode. Brickonium tetraonium. So then that's going to be that, which is going to provide that. So there's another issue we're going to have with this setup. Not just... Okay, so if I was to redo this, it'd be actually probably the most smartest and beneficial decision we could probably do. In other words, I think it would be really logical to actually redo that one and make it run this. But then we have to think about that I have 2 Purex machines right now. And what am I doing with 2 Purex machines? I'm not really doing anything with 2 Purex machines. But what could we do with a thorium fuel cycle, right? Because thorium does give you 233, uranium-233. So if we ran a thorium cycle as well, which I don't know if we actually get thorium. I don't think we do from upstairs, but we might get it. Thorium first needs to go in and be converted into fuel rods, which is important. And well, first you convert thorium to thorium fuel in the first step, which takes like a little bit of time, but it's not going to take too long. And once it is finally depleted from that fuel step, then you have this. That reminds me, I need to do something actually right now. Is it this one? Cool. I need to charge this shit. Need to make sure my shit's charged. Sony MP3 players. The last of their kind, probably. Right? Last of their kind. I need an OTG cable for one of them. And I need a thingy for the other one. Okay, guys. Okay. Let me dig through my cables until I find what I'm looking for. That's the right one for that one, but it feels fucking weak. Yeah, this will probably do the job. Probably. Because it needs the one with the forks. Or is this one Type C? No, that one needs forks. Does it need forks? I think it does. Okay, it just plugs right in there. No problems. Okay. I'm so sorry for this inconvenience, guys. However, I've got to plug this thing in. It does do something? Okay, that's good. Nice. That one's charging, hopefully. Then the next one needs an OTG. Because this one's older. This one's old as shit. Needs OTG, but it's got 32 gigs of storage. Which is interesting. Especially for a setup like this. Needs a special cable, not a Type C cable, OTG. Which is a USB to OTG. OTG is such a fucking weird cable. Nowadays, everything's Type C. But OTG is basically like a fucking brick. You just same as same USB cable, just different endpoint. It's a brick, but you can plug this one in somewhere else. So now I have 2 of them plugged in. Hooray! Ooh! I have so many connection ports on my fucking CPU board for this. Plug. Oh my god, that screen's fucking destroyed. That's not good. That's bad. The fuck happened to this fucking LCD on this thing? Man, the screen's degluing. If it's all white, that means the screen has deglued. I just need to scoot that in there. I wonder if I could convert this to Linux. That's a problem for another day. We're not gonna work on trying to convert this almost dead or dying MP3 player to Linux, because now it is quite literally the most. Okay, it took like 10 minutes to boot up. This shit's ancient. I could try to do like some kind of screen repair, but that is really sad. I cannot show you all, but well, technically I could. I could plug in the camera that I have, but it's extra work. We're just gonna go ahead and do this real quick. What was that? What the fuck? What the fucking shit is this? There's a squid inside of my reactor pools. They can't live on the surface, so they decide to live underground. These assholes. How dare they? Oh, I need to check my email. That's what I haven't done yesterday. That's what I forgot to do. Check my email for sponsors. Sponsors. I hope I do get sponsored someday. But I think me saying these assholes probably will piss off sponsors, because they'll be like, huh. He says swear words, guys. Stay away from Mr. Fish guy. Yep. You say swear word, you must be some kind of criminal. Terrible. Honestly, I feel like with a webcam, like, if you all, like, see, when you do webcam stuff, like, you end up with, it's kind of like robotic. Like, you can look robotic. Like, I look robotic through a webcam, I'll be honest. Whenever I've done that in the past, it made me look just like some kind of weird robot guy. I'm like an android at that point. Like, Mark Zuckerberg has nothing on how robotic I look through webcam. I'm not even excited at all. I don't even express anything. I only express words. And I only put fakeness on the words. That's why I don't express anything. All of my words are completely fake. But that actually, not really. It's more of some words are completely fake. But this should send out. Oh dear God, this is annoying. Ugh. It's fucking bullshit. Okay, so what we need to do is sort. Oh dear God, I've picked up 41 million HEs. My inventory is irradiative. Irradiative, guys. Yes. So what we're gonna do is find an exit for the stuff to go through. That's not a thing, because it isn't a thing. Ah! The only way we can actually get this shit out of the combination funnel is to split the shit in two different directions. In other words, we're gonna need to rotate this shit 9 billion degrees. Or, what we do is just simply put that there. Put fucking shit. Put that one there, and that one there. Ooh, that doesn't work. That's fucking bullshit. Actually, it needs to have the hopper output, I'm gonna be honest. That goes down. And then we can figure it out like this. That goes there, and that goes there. Okay? Conveyor bulk. This is gonna pull out my ingots. of reactor-grade plutonium. Whitelist ingots, please. Please. Okay. Then do this one. Then my flaming ingots, or flamboyant ingots, are gonna go here. Nice. Nice. Good job, everybody. Absolutely outstanding work. I'm so impressed with you guys. You've really outdone it this time. We really crushed it out there, guys. Okay, so we're gonna take this box of 41 radiations and place it right here. Hell yeah, guys. Absolutely crushing it. So proud of all of you, each and every one of you. Nobody's gonna get the joke. Nobody here gets that joke. That joke is, no. None of you understand that joke the way I understand that joke. You don't know how it's a joke. You don't. So, now that goes down into the hole. And I need to grab one of these ingots for my stupidity. Stupid ideas. Run. The ingots will go out the purple side. Oh, what? What's the joke? What's going on? For Zernox Steam? Zernox Steam is already set up. We just have turbines, but I don't know what we're going to do with the power from it. We could just use the power to kind of locally do it. So what we would do for that is we'd set up a comparator system that will... Because we're not always going to have them running, so they will eventually deplete their power to run the Purex machines, I figure. What we need to do, what we will need to do for this is going to involve setting up some kind of metered power storage, and I do have a lithium energy cube here that will do that job perfectly. So then I can say, okay, well, we're making this happen, so let's go ahead and shut all of this down. So this is gonna just be me doing tons of energy bullshit at this point, but that'll be fine. And if we wanted more throughput, we could just build more Zernox reactors, honestly. It's not a bad idea. Since we can literally make the plutonium to do it. We just need to set up more Zernox reactors. Ah, shit. Oh my god. It made the plutonium into blocks of plutonium. No. Absolutely not. 2x2 only? Jesus. Holy shit. This is a travesty. Absolutely unacceptable. This will never happen again. But we need this thing. And that's going to require me to set up the final output to be ingot production. So yeah, there's not a decombinator funnel, which I wish there was, but you can't decombinate, you just combinate. So yeah, with the power, it's kind of complicated to explain it, but essentially, we just take a, I'll try to make this as simple as possible, as simple as I can. But I'm going to use a lithium-ion energy cube, and what we're going to do is say when this is full, stop receiving energy, and then basically it will stop receiving energy from the outside. So we'll have a comparator that does that, which is going to get messy, but it will work. And that's going to be the main thing, is that comparator that we have installed there. It's going to have to be able to realize that it needs to not be doing dumb stuff right now, because we're doing very important business. I'll have to find an extra comparator somewhere or make one. But we should have one over here at this setup. Yep, found one. Good, good, good. That's gonna be for my energy power cutoff. Why don't we have engine lubricant? It is at the new setup. So the way that we need to do, what we need to do with that is, we need to actually get an output for it. So we have it at the new setup. It's in a fractioning tower on top of the first, it's like in one of the first stages of oil processing is the heavy oil and industrial oil stuff. It should be with those. If not, then, that basically just means it's at the core of the setup. It's literally somewhere in the center. What are you trying to make, though? What do you need the engine lubricant for? Because I don't have it hooked up to anything. It's literally just sitting at the center. It's right above this. It's right here. It should have 4,000 out of 4,000. Oh, hell yeah. It's started doing stuff again. Oh, okay. Yeah, we produce every single different petrochemical here, so there's no reason for us to not have one of them. Although, this is kind of annoying that I don't have enough sulfur for that. I am kind of... Will we have enough sulfur throughput to keep this... Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have enough sulfur throughput for this to keep it running. Okay. So I'm going to put my redstone comparator. This is going to be for the control system. To make a system like this, we're going to need redstone, and we're also going to need this. But today I'm going to teach you all the control system for energy. If you're trying to prevent energy from being input to a system, you're going to need a simple setup, which we're going to go ahead and go over today. You're going to take a comparator output from your lithium energy source, or whatever energy source you might have. In this case, we have this lithium one from the ancient times of HBM, which we're still living in. Cool. We're going to mine this wall, find a way to avoid this conveyor so I can put in my redstone, which is going to be easier said than done. It might involve me shifting this a block over, which is the easiest solution. There we go. Move it one block over, and then keep the cable down like that. So then we can control if we're receiving an input from one of these sides. Honestly, it makes more sense if I put this into a block here, and then take the throughput from that, and then do all the routing and stuff. So this will be how I do it. You put the energy from this into here. It will maintain its signal strength, okay, because it's a comparator, not a repeater. Then you take that. So it's at a signal strength of 1, meaning there's literally nothing in there. But once it reaches a certain energy strength, like we could literally do 3, or yeah, quite literally could do 3. It will shut off a primary energy input valve. Effectively meaning once it becomes self-sufficient, it has enough energy to not need anything. And then it can just run on its own. So then this works. And then we have to put in this thing. And then we have to put in a torch because this needs to be inverted. So we need to invert this logic. But then it should be everything that needs to be done. So literally at 2 energies, it will have enough energy to be self-sufficient. Supply that thing with energy. Anytime it needs more energy, it will just click on again. And continue to do its job. But that's also a problem here, is that that's not going to work. So we need this to go a little bit wider, or go like a little bit more inwards. So let's go ahead and do that. Just do it like this. Then we need our conveyor thingy right about here. Boom. This is going to power my thingy. Like so. That's going to be my energy input for the entire thing. That allows energy to flow through here to here. Then I can grab some cables from somewhere. We can hook it up. We need to find some cables first. We could just do a power meter? No. But that also means that because it's a battery, it can send energy out. So what we need to do to deny that is either put in a diode, which I do have one. And that can allow us to limit it, but it's a little bit less of a limitation. You see, if you use any capacitor, you have a higher limit for how much energy throughput you can get, because you can just use multiple to configure that. But if you needed a specific diode, like if you use a diode for this shit, it will only allow you to do up to a certain amount of throughput. Which is why I avoid diodes at all costs. And I should have a diode somewhere in here. I've seen it before. So I know I have a diode hiding. I know it's somewhere. Where are you hiding, Mr. Diode? Where are my diode hiding? Not in any of these boxes, clearly. Clearly not in any of these boxes. Boxanium. Oh, it's not in there. We will be doing the alternative method if we cannot find the diode. That's going to involve us taking the capacitors I have, which I have quite a few of. We're just going to hook up a 1 million capacitor for the input. So this. Why? Because that's going to give me the least amount of problems. Because I don't need extra flow through. I don't need that much energy for this. It's literally 2 PRX machines on Xernox. Which means that it's going to work. But once we become self-sufficient, as we said, that's the energy throughput. This really limits it to the 2. Our only issue is that I don't actually have any of the capacitor pieces I need. Need to make some of those ASAP. One. Those. I guess we need these and then just the other things. Yeah, but my inventory is so full. Seeing the great progress going on right here. You know, I didn't even realize we had these. We have a ton of circuits just sitting there. I hope HBM watches these videos and knows that his projects are amazing and I love them. Thank you, HBM, for making the fusion reactor disappear into a new form. A super mutated fusion reactor of all time. Okay, enough of that. Let me just throw that shit in there and then run away. Run this way. Alright, so we do have an example for how it should be set up if we do the, So if we do the gas centrifuges, I already have an example set up for how that needs to look. That is currently on. By default, that should be on. So that's good. That is good. That doesn't look too bad. Now it will output. That's gonna be for that. But we need to have an input here. So what we're gonna do for that is take one of these. We're just gonna cut a hole in this wall. Make it a little bit easier for me to do this shit. And get rid of those out of existence. That's okay. That's fine. I should probably go grab those. But I don't wanna. I don't want to. Oh, Jesus. Hope those didn't get shredded. Oh, they didn't. Cool. There might be a bunch of stone slabs and shit in there. Okay, we've successfully evacuated those from there. That's good. Gas pressurized evacuation chamber. But then energy goes in through this. That's gonna be my energy input. So, the copper capacitor is energy in. If I don't know where you have your energy in cable at here, so I'm not sure yet. And I'm gonna set up an energy out area too. Yeah, like if we do set up the gas centrifuges, you just have to swap like this Purex setup to be that, and then we could fit it in here. I'm not gonna mess with that right now though, because I am gonna just get everything up and running and then figure it out from there. I mean, I'm not opposed to doing that. We just have to move the actual Zernox, or not the Zernox, the Purex machine somewhere else. Because we need one of them to still be the kerosene. Could move it to the Watts reactor to get instant fuel recycling there. For now, we're just gonna keep it as is. This is gonna work, and then we need to get 238, which should be coming out of this guy. Of course, I don't have a way of getting 238 right now, so that's kind of a moot point. But if I did, I would say it's gonna go from here. That could be good since there still isn't one there for what do you mean? Yeah, well, I mean, I can take down the Purex machine and we can set that up. I'll get a... What I'll do is I'll start working on converting these We have a cooling drum here. I don't know. We don't need that for the watch reactor. But I do need to set up a second. If we do have this here, we have 2 cooling drums not being used. If I get a splitter, I can put in a... Could set both cooling drums up. That wouldn't be a bad idea. This is, in fact, a good idea. So I'll clear out the space, and then if you do the centrifuges, if you're not busy, or when you're not busy, we can have that. That's going to be my 238 for uranium, 238, and then we have, of course, we'd be making a byproduct of the fuel-grade uranium. We're not after that. We need to find some way to make that into 238 as well. This is a very shitty spot, but it's okay. You just need some dirt to fill that in with. Dirt, oily dirt. Yes. Vein miner. Nice. 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 And then from there, it's all about figuring out where stuff's gonna have to get routed to make it happen. See, if we do blue for uranium, that sends the uranium out this way, and that'd be ideal. Then I can not have to deal with extra This shit's sometimes kind of stupid. It really, really is. Deal with extra nonsense. Got him. Nice, got all my bricks back. I can't be losing those, but everything else is okay. For the uranium processing, there's quite a few steps to look at there, but it shouldn't be that bad. I just need centrifuges for that. I could probably set it up myself if that's possible. Okay, we're gonna fill that in so I don't have to deal with that crater anymore. That canyon. Jeez. Canyon problems. And then, of course, this guy. Doesn't he do the stuff for this? Yeah. 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 Okay, and then we have to hook up this cable to the whole entire shit. That needs to go down. Oh, fucking shit. Ugh. Cables. The cable conundrum. Mess of all time. This also simplifies conveying stuff. Conveyoring. This is going to be one of the most complex logistical nightmares of all time. Spaghetti. Freaky cyborg thing. I can half the amount of machines I need to make this happen. I'm being stupid. I can half it. Because if we set up the centrifuge process, then I don't need to do Okay, I'm gonna also need to increase some of the logistics to get shit into here. That's gonna be an issue. So that's gonna make things a little bit fun, because we're gonna need fluorite and sulfur imported now. Which is kind of an issue. I only have so many sorters to import. And sulfur and fluorite come from very different places. Okay, so if I'm looking at my fucking recipe for this. Uranium hexafluoride begins at yellow cake. A substance that is pretty awesome, right, guys? Oh, it recycles. Sulfur? Yeah, I guess sulfur does actually might do that. I'm really unfamiliar because I don't remember. Okay, you start off with shredded stuff. You're gonna put it into a... What do you even do with this? Is it billets? It takes billets, doesn't it? It does. It takes billets, sulfur and hydrogen peroxide. Then you're gonna take the next step after that. You put yellow cake, water, and fluorite. Okay, then the next step after that gives you 2 sulfur back, and then you put in 2 sulfur. Cool. So then your yellow cake goes to that and becomes that. That also gives you back 4 per every 1,200 uranium hexafluoride. And if we look at the recipe for that, it should cost only 4 for the input. It gives you 1,200 out. Okay. It does quite literally recycle. Good. Now do I have any chem plants I can use? I have 2. Of course, these are for that process, so we can't touch those ones. But I do know where I can touch more chem plants. Then all I need after that is centrifuges to actually make the complete cycle done. Okay, let's find the fucking chem plant. Nope. The chem plant's hiding over at Soy Jack Industries, of course. We'll just grab a couple from there and then we'll be good. Cannibalism. In oil we trust, we need to cannibalize all of the oil machinery. Nope. Not in there. It's over here. We all know where the chem plants tend to hide inside of this setup. Down here. No. Wait. I was like, I almost got it. However, can you do this recipe inside of a blender? That's a really good question that we need to be asking, okay, guys? Okay, guys? We gotta be asking that kind of question right about now. The fuck is that? You can Purex this? No. Okay, cool. You can only do it in a chem plant. That's neato. So that's gonna be good. And we need peroxide too. I believe we do produce peroxide up there. Or somewhere near there. If not, okay, well actually, I'll be able to figure this out. This is not a hard problem to solve. Okay, so we only have one extra chem plant from this setup. Unless I have another one hiding on top of it. I don't believe I do. So we'll go check up there and see if it's got one hiding up top. That I can just yoink. There might be one down there. It's time to decide. Well, I don't really know. I'm just gonna keep looking and see if there's one underneath. There might be. Nope. Kind of think I saw one under here one time. But I guess my memory's wrong. So we're gonna grab all this nitric acid piping and just tear it down. Anywhere you see a pipe anchor, gone. Because I'm gonna need these. So I can move, that's not mine. Oops. Oops. My bad, guys. My bad, guys. Oh, I'm stuck now. That's karma. That's karma right there. Okay. Well, I think we probably have enough, but probably is not a good answer in my opinion, so we're going to say we don't have enough until I can say we have enough. Certainly. Keep going until we have enough. Jesus. It's 5 a.m. It is 5 a.m. Wow. Oh, that one's already charged. Nice. Nice. These don't lose charge that fast. Okay, back to it. That's pretty much all the hydrogen pipes, it looks like. Oh, wait, they keep going. This is not my pipeline. I'm just tearing it down anyway. I'm gonna rework all of the bedrock setups at some point. I just haven't gotten to it yet. And we do have a localized production for peroxide. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take this pipe. We're gonna take that localized production of peroxide, and we're gonna reroute it down into the piping area and do some pipage today. So jump over the fence, because I don't care about fences or boundaries or borders or anything like that. So we're just gonna jump over that. Find a way to connect a pipe. Find a way to connect a pipe. Boom. And keep digging down until I have another way to continue. So, I actually don't have the thing to do the piping, so I need to go grab that too. I should have thought about that before I decided to go do piping stuff. Yeah, but this should be inside of the thing. Or not. What is... This is just marble. What the heck? I thought I was like, oh, that's gotta be inside the thing. Was it right here? Oh, it is. Oops. That wasn't me. Okay. this place is going to be very spaghetti piped. Spaghetti piped. Pepperoni and cheese. I don't know if I would set these up like this, but it's not. I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm just saying. Because if you do the pipe anchors, it's usually for long distance stuff. And look at that, my wrench is hiding in plain sight right there. Cool. Drop that all off. We need to grab a splitter too next. So we'll have to pick that up from the Bedrock Ore Processing Cannibalism Project. So I'll get my peroxide. Remember what this is all for, by the way. This is all for the stuff that we're about to do. Alright, so we're going to take this. We're going to do the pipe anchor 5000. Drop down a couple blocks. Okay, we're at 10 meters, but we should be at about 9 meters here. So in other words, plant that there, slap that, grab another one, continue, 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 and then find it right here. Nice. Pipe anchor. Cool. And then we can do another one right about here. 8 meters per pipe anchor. Keep going. 8 meters here. Boom. Another 8 meters. Right here. I mean, technically I could do 9 or 10, but why am I not doing that? Because I don't trust that it's gonna go. Okay, 9 meters right here. Boom. Then we have one more pipe to anchor, and then it should be good. This will put it right next to the thing, so if I need to know where it's at, it will be right there. But we need to go a couple blocks this direction first. Alright, cool. Pipe anchor too far away with the it is 11 meters. I suppose that is a problem. That is a slight issue. Cool, that solves the problem. Then we do this one, last one, boom. And then we can just remember that this is gonna be next to that conveyor output. So when I go to pipe it through, I can just put another pipe. Actually, yeah, I could just not do that. Let's get rid of that pipe anchor right there. Try to connect it to something too far away. Now I can hook in my pipe through the ceiling, which we already know is right there. And would you look at that? It's right there. Nice. Oh, I can't do any fanciness with this thing. I really wish you could use this pipe wrench for more than just pipe wrenching stuff, you know what I mean? Or killing things, which is the other usage of the pipe wrench. You can literally beat anything with it. So, that's good. Now, if we have this set up, we need to just take out all of that, put it into my thing, and move it all the way down to here. So first step is to turn it into the shit. Yes, that is the first step. Turning it into the shit. AKA, we're gonna make some absolute sewage from this thing. It's gonna be like Taco Bell. It's gonna be disgusting. But before we do that, let's fill in all this ground so nobody falls into the ravine of pain and pillaring. Take a connection to here. What is blue gonna be? It's gonna be uranium. Uranium. Ooh. No throughput. I'll set it to uranium. Where is the uranium hiding at? I do not know. Okay, there we go. And then that should just go into a conveyor input right about here. Cool. Well, before it does that, what does it become? It becomes billets. And that means I have to do some absolute ridiculous nonsense to do that. And of course, I don't believe you can do this in a combinator funnel. What? That makes no sense. No of that 3x3, no 2x3s, okay? But we need to basically take these, make them into billets. That means the first thing that happens before this step is to even get to that step, you have to first do this. Automatic crafting table, which will basically say, hey, your uranium sucks because it's not billets yet. You're a nerd. So go ahead and do that. That's the first step. Green conveyor inserter. Do that. I don't know why I said green, but hey, at least everybody knows the colors now. The colors of conveyors. Okay, and do one of those. Make sure it's this one, because otherwise it's gonna lose. It's gonna do nothing if it's not that one. Don't ask. We haven't had that problem yet, but I'm sure we are going to at some point. So now our uranium goes into here and it's doing nothing because it needs power. The next step is to then figure out how in the tarnations are we going to, well, provide power, and that's actually not that hard. Just take a cable right here and then boom. That's going to supply power to both of these machines. So once we have our full power supply built, which we have to power a second chem plant right over here, it'll be very easy. So the first step is that hexafluoride step, right? Or no, that yellow cake, which needs hydrogen peroxide. And that's exactly what this pipe is for. Hydrogen peroxide. So let's go ahead and get that pipe anchor kind of more centered on top of my setup. So I can then put a pipe right here instead of all the way over there. That makes zero sense. How do we get to this point where I'm setting up pipe anchors so damn stupidly? But honestly, it's not that bad. All I have to do is jump through here and use my pipe wrench in my clogged inventory to figure out that problem. Don't worry, this is just Minecraft level plumbing right here. This stuff is not hard to do at all whatsoever. Trust me, bro. Or other people. Okay. Do this. Then you take this. You will step back by approximately 9 blocks. Or 8. That one should do. Pipe is too far away. Yeah. It's literally 9 blocks. It's like my trigonometry cannot trigonometry. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. It's done. The peroxide pipe is done, guys. Jesus. Okay. That alarm needs to stop before somebody has a nuclear meltdown. Oh, this is amazing. There we go. Slap that there, and that one there. Okay, there's no more on my inventory. This provides peroxide, and of course this provides the billets. And this, well, this is just recycled. So that step is literally done. The next step after you get your yellow cake is to then take your yellow cake and bake it inside of another one. Hooray. And what setup do I have left that might have more chem plants for me to borrow, aka steal, and use? Well, I actually am not sure. Of course, I do know that we're using 2 chem plants to do the job of 1 over here. But I would like to avoid taking this down, even though I could technically do that. And how much have we made so far? Not that much. Reality is I don't need 2 to do the job of 1. So we're not going to do that. And we're just gonna go back to doing what we were doing over here. We were playing like the Russians for a second. If you see any Russian HBM worlds, you'll notice the first thing is that they've stacked 10,000 tanks on top of each other because they don't want to build a big-ass tank or a BAT. And so that's the first thing I noticed when I looked at one of those worlds was these guys are pretty weird because they are using 10,000 of the little tanks to do the job of one big tank. Or multiple big tanks, because of how many they had. They had tons of them stacked, and they all store the same things. It's like a grain silo. Machines, they have like 30 of them doing the same thing. It's crazy. The Russian HBM experience is insane. But that's why we're going to not copy them, because we're not insane enough for that right now. Yes, some of their things are copyable, but that's not one of them. Building 30 chem plants to do the job of one upgrade. Just use an upgrade. You know what? You know, there's a thing called upgrade. You know what I mean? Upgrade. You know, you speak the English. Sprechen Sie Engels. Just do it. There. Connect. That's how I'm going to connect that one. And then we're going to do some real sorcery with this one. But everybody knows my favorite method of avoiding this. This is bad. Don't do this. But do this. Put an inserter there. And then we're going to do the magic. The moment. Did I put... Okay, before we do anything, we need to verify that that's not what I think it is. Because if it is, that's going to be absolutely terrible. Okay, it's correct. See, when it comes down to it, if you're unsure of something, you should always double check. That's what I do in this scenario, is double check. Because if you think that, oh, I might have done something wrong, then you probably should figure that out. And I think this will work. I don't know if that conveyor actually will do anything, but I think it's worked in the past. And so we'll just assume it's going to work in this scenario. It most likely will. Now, hexafluoride. Uranium hexafluoride is amazing. Because if you're going to make any kind of... Oh, and then also we're going to be getting water back for this. So technically, you can recycle water. And this would be better in a chem factory. But I don't really care. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a drainage pipe. And it will just drain somewhere. Okay? That makes sense, right? Just a drainage pipe right here. Or actually, no. We're just going to put it somewhere that's going to keep it relatively compactified. Yep, that's good enough. And it should... These don't have inputs on the bottom, do they? That's pretty sad. Well, we could always just put it somewhere else. Like on this side. This side's not bad. That's actually going to give me a good place to put it. Water. So any water that gets through here. Because we're just taking peroxide from the main setup. Putting it into here. And then it's going to give me water. And then yellow cake gets turned into this. Hexafluoride. That gets recycled into 2 gas centrifuges. So that will get us our fluorite pack. Then we have to figure out the products of that. And it's not just 2 centrifuges. Technically it's 6. But with that being said, I have to go take a shit. So I'm just going to leave you all staring at... let me find something interesting. This is going to be the thumbnail for the next video. Before I do that. One thing. Gotta get that. And that. I'll be back soon. Wasn't that a water input? Oh, that's actually a good question. Hold on, before I do that. Did I actually goof this up? Yes, I did. You're right. My bad. Now this is a problem. This is gonna make things annoying, but we'll figure that out in a bit. Thank you for catching that, because I was, my brain just shut off, I guess. And I have returned. Returned to do the fixes. Because we need to fix the actual Xernox reactor setup, or not the Xernox reactor setup. I haven't missed anything, really. I don't think so. I think you guys didn't miss anything, so now that I'm back pretty shortly, we will set up the water stuff. How am I even gonna get water to it? And I think we could just well, no, not the Xernox reactor. I need to get water to this thing. How can I create water from nothing without doing any extra effort? Let's go ahead and look at atmospheric liquefaction. And because I have one of these machines just sitting here, right? Right? So, cryogenic distillation machine. God damn it. It doesn't tell you the recipes. It says terrible. Well, we need to find some way to make water in there without doing extra steps. If I can find a place I can siphon water from, that'd be amazing. Which isn't that far away. Maybe not this. This is the fucking loop. If I siphon water from there, we're gonna have a massive issue. A fucking meltdown. That would not be great, but it might be inevitable. That I have to siphon water from somewhere. Where am I gonna siphon water from? You know, this would be really great if I had a actual... Oh. That is connected. I was like, oh, it's not connected. What the heck? I mean, yeah, I could do that. But I already have a bunch of those. Honestly, it would be cheaper, logistically, to do it that way. Maybe we have one of them in one of these other setups, but I don't think so. Don't think we do. In the fusion, okay, fusion room. It probably won't even consume that much water, honestly, so that'll be good. We'll see if I have brought back the extra water barrel that we had. I fucking left that shit on the moon. I'm a fucking idiot. Oops. So we had a 16,000 one, which is really good. Oh, nice. We got a ton of dash powder now. Dash chowder. World's greatest snack right there. A fine meal. Fine cuisine. Dash chowder. Huh, okay, well why is it not getting mercury? I thought I have a mercury pipeline for a reason, right? I gotta hook that in still. Okay, maybe I still have to hook it in. We'll figure it out, we'll figure it out. It's fine, it's fine. Logics and logics. Logic Gates. Bill Gates. Become the computer. Be the computer. Hopefully, if my cables are good, make sure to check that. You have an input. You're doing the power inputs correctly and stuff. Like, you know, you're getting it from an input line, right? Because I think we have multiple different lines that are running power to different places. And I don't want to have some kind of feedback loop going on in it. Because it kind of flows like water, basically. That's how I set up every single system I do. It's supposed to kind of operate as though it's water or in fluid. There should be... here we go. This is good. It's running. Well, I'm gonna just sneak pipe right out of there. Sneaky piping. Doot. Oh shit, there's lava there. What the fuck? Come on, that's not fair. Lava? That's annoying. That's really annoying. That just slowed down my great progress on my crusade. Oh. This is a sad moment. I'll figure this out. Oh wait, it's on. Holy crap. We have a fusion reactor on and running right now. Holy crap. You have energy storage on this thing? Let's check. Oh yeah, we just have... It's already filled the... It's already filled the fucking energy cube. Well, that's amazing. And, it is doing this ridiculously fast. That begs the question, did I set up everything else correctly? Probably not. Oops, shit. Didn't mean to do that. You gotta be super careful. Klystron. Yeah, damn. This is awesome. We're about to have our first... Oh yeah, we got some ionized particles coming out of that thing. I still gotta figure out my shit. Yeah, I'm just getting lost in the sauce. Okay, cool. Pipe error. Jesus. Good thing I caught that in time. 7, 8, 9. Nice one. I think this will just take me right back to this thing. Ah, shit. Ah, I love falling into holes in the morning. This is typical, typical, typical. God damn it. You know what they say about making the same mistake twice? Means you're stupid or something. that's, maybe I don't know what they say about it. Because I can't say the thing word for word. To quote the great Albert Einstein, you're an idiot if you do the same thing multiple times. Nine? Yes, we've made it. Okay, cool. Pipe in. Ah, yes, good, good, good. Another pipe anchor. And we have like 6 left of those, so I will have to steal more from the other setup somewhere. This should put a hole in the ground. Right here. That will give me my water input, but this would get me a better place for my water input. Okay, so you see there's a water input, and then there's a better place for your water input. We're gonna go with the better place for that. Because I want to do so super badly. Since I think it'd look better. It would look better if it goes about into that hole instead of the other hole. Nice. Oh, I need to set the rest of them to water. Dear God, what is that on that? It's right here. Nice. The water pipe is flowing. Fill that in. This guy is still doing his dumb shit, but we'll figure that out later. Just put in some fluorite, some sulfur, and it should run off of that. We just don't even need that much, but we have plenty of it. We might as well throw in a whole stack for each of them. Well, here's the thing. Yes, you could do 4 of each and it will keep recycling, but then you're dependent on those 4 pieces that you put in. So it's a bottleneck. It's going to slow you down. So to do it properly, you put in what you need, which is probably not 4. You put in a whole, as much of a stack as you can. Now there is an issue. Where the fuck is my sulfur hiding? And to answer that, I got no clue. So we probably don't have any sulfur there. I can hear it from the surface. That's crazy. I'm just like, and then you just hear the fucking boilers going. That's what it sounds like. But it's actually neat. That's what the old one sounded like. Jumping back into the hole, and then, of course, we're gonna go ahead and hook up this stuff. That's pretty cool. It is online and running. Impressive. Impressive. And sulfur goes in this one. And then billets go into this one. I need to hook up the power grid, though. So then this guy, he can output to here. Somehow. Vein miner. Hidden cables. Vein miner. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Trying to make some kind of Duke Nukem joke or something. That connects there, and then this cable is gonna go around. It's gonna go through the floor, actually. Yeah, that's the typical method. The normal methodology is to run a cable around the floor in the direction of Danger Canyon over here. Fucking crater of all time. That's how it's gonna go. And typically, in previous setups, we just take a cable, put it like this. This thing needs to be set to green, and he is. And technically, you can put redstone inputs into those, right? And that allows you to turn them off or on. We'll need a splitter to do it, but... See, the reason I've decided to switch over to the gas centrifuge method is because if I switch from the previous method we were going to do, not only were we getting more yield, but we're costing less components. We don't have an individual processing setup for each of these things. We just have one processing setup that handles all of the shit it needs to handle. So this means we do less work, and in the end of the day, it makes it less complex. Which complexity is nothing. Simplicity is everything. If it's not simple to where anybody else could understand it, then it's probably too complex. So we need to fix that if it's an issue. So I'm going to head up to the surface. I'm going to grab the rest of the cables that are laying around. I'm going to vein mine them. Nice. 21 free cables. Free cables, guys. Free cables. Take a turn, sprint down to here, and take another turn here. Cool. Connect all of these cables underneath all of that conveyor spaghetti. Nice. Now we have power to this guy. We run another cable underneath this conveyor spaghetti, and it should do the exact same shit. That's how this is normally done in a traditional TH3 HBM setup. Now, since we have no power into here, because there's no power input into here, for some reason, which means that this is wrong. Oh, I knew that was wrong from the start. Could tell you that from a mile away. No, I really couldn't. But once it has power, it should just do its job until it doesn't have power, and then it will figure itself out later. That's okay, guys. It's okay. We can fix that in a bit. Then we split the thing into 2 of these. So I'm gonna need my brick so I can extend it by 2 blocks. 1, 2. This gives me enough space to put in a second one. Why would I want a second one of those? Because I said so. And because I said so, that means it's God's word or something. There we go. Now, but also because I am technically this expert on this. Can you, like, open for land? Yeah, I'm already open for land. Look, open for land. I don't know who you are, but you're welcome to join. As long as you have all the proper mods, it will let you join. If you don't have the proper mods, it won't let you join. And, you also need to have, Radman for that. But I'm assuming you already know all of that. Alright, and then, of course, this needs to be surrounded in blocks of water. So, to actually figure out if there's blocks of water, you need to check if it's flowing water. Oh. Welcome back. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a minute. But yeah, you can see when there's flowing water, when there isn't flowing water. I have returned it. Good. Welcome back. This could be an issue. Don't worry. It's not an issue. See, what needs to happen is when we have this here, we remove that. Remove that. We're going to place in a brick. And there's a way to actually make this thing, this whole thing sealed. I'll show you guys how to do that. It's, I mean, it's pretty much common sense. But what we're going to do is we're going to take... We're going to take, water. Well, not water. We're not going to do anything with water, okay? What we do is we do this, right? Do a layer like that. And then we insert another layer here. So, I'm just going to put limestone for this layer. And that should pretty much guarantee that it just filled itself, because then it's infinite water sources. So, I would just go ahead and do the same thing here. Should be filled. We will see if it's not, but it should be. And then finally, one last thing. There we go. Now I can install my conveyor inserters, which are going to point down. I'm actually surprised it did it correctly on that one, but that's not correct, is it? Wait. Those are supposed to be ejectors. How dare you? Well, not you, but my ejectors. My ejectors are not obeying my every command. This is terrible. Just terrible. Ah, here we go. Reverse. And then we'll do another one. Reverse. Yes. I'm gonna try to rejoin. I don't know. You probably just have a bad connection, I'm gonna be honest. Probably just have a bad connection. And that's nothing I can help you with, because you're like 10 billion kilometers away or something. So it makes sense. Then I'm gonna grab this conveyor belt and put it like this. That gives me the space I need for 2 conveyor belts. And then, if I take out this block here so I can actually see what the heck I'm doing to that crap, we're gonna go ahead and invert again. And then, again. Wait, what? And then, again, and again, and then do that. Boom, that should have done the correct thing, which we don't care to check that. We don't need to verify that information. We're some kind of absolutely too cool for school geniuses. We're not going to check this. Nice. And then we should have this runs up into that. But it doesn't want to do that because it thinks it wants to do that. But don't worry, because I have a screwdriver. And everybody knows what you can do with a screwdriver? No? Well, you can do lots of damage with a screwdriver. So, don't worry. We've solved the issues of disobedient conveyor belts. It's time to go ahead and fix other problems elsewhere that might exist, because I think they do. There we go. 2 of those are installed, and now we have pretty much set up the double cooling stack, which is good, because then it can just go into the Purex machine, and Purex machine can do whatever it wants to do. It's got a couple of those. Okay, cool. So that's nice. We can upgrade it later. We already have a ton of uranium hexafluoride too, which is amazing. So now it's all up to the next steps of getting this thing ready to produce fuel. And that's going to be undoing this thing. Oh dear, that's not good. But not only are we undoing that thing, but we're going to also set up a system that allows us to output from that thing to one of these things. The final step of our processing setup is going to need to take... Oh my gosh. I do still need the centrifuges. I'm going to need to make those. I'm going to only make 2 if I make them, though. That's the thing. I'm not making a lot of them. But I need to do that. So we also need to keep that, storing that stuff there, so I don't have to deal with that overflowing. Do we have the centrifuges done, or is that still a work in progress? I'll go check on what we need for that. We need 6 of them. Or 4. 4 of them, I think. I don't think you need 6 for anything. I think it's just 4. We'll go check, though. Okay, cool. Alright. There's gonna be 4. Good. So if you're working on those, I suppose I can figure out where I'm gonna put them. Well, I just need to pipe into them. That's all it is. It's just piping. So yeah, what you'd do is you'd pipe your hexafluoride out. I'm gonna head down and check it out. Out and down into them. Then you can have your stuff off of that. Or not out and down, and you just do out and forward. But we have a lot of space to figure stuff out. Okay, so we have this side to work with, which is a good thing. Because we have 4 of them. So one will be here, one will be here. We'll keep going down the line. And that means the cable for this needs to be ran underneath of this thing. Since we're going to probably have to bracket this cable and have it branch off. Like something like this. Then I need my cubic cable. Yeah, the fusion reactor is on. It is an amazing day, guys. Okay, and then of course each of those is gonna have a hopper underneath it, so we can't do that. So that'll just be hoppers on each of them. Power comes in through here, and then the last one, of course, needs to have some kind of receive. Or yeah. So we could, what I can do is run it like 1, 2. Oh wait, that doesn't work. You can't do the corner. So yeah, you have to do 4 like in a row. 4 in a row, like 5 in a row. Jeez. Wait, is it 4 in a row the game, or is it 5 in a row? I thought it was 4 in a row, but I think I'm wrong actually. So then I of course have to output down into the final building area for substances. So you have all of your conveyors, and then they go ahead and export. And then of course some of the conveyors aren't going to produce what you want them to produce for this final step, but you would extract anything that isn't uranium-238 because you don't want that to interfere with your final step. Because this final step is going to be the step that takes all of my glorious plutonium and makes it into the next thing. So you do your plutonium processing going into there. Then you also have an input for your... did I put it on this side? I think I put it on this side. this side here, you have your plutonium conversion from ingots to the billets. And then that makes everything super easy. Because now I don't have to do any extra conveying. And I've reduced my conveyors a little bit. I've come up with a solution to multiple problems. And in addition to that, I need to find out where the heck my plutonium comes from. And I believe it comes out this way. It does. So then we would just take this conveyor and reroute it to go that way. And in the past, digging straight down has caused me to fall into the ravine so many times. So we're going to just be a little bit more careful about that now. Just a little bit. Not super careful about it. I don't really care. It's not a big concern. It's just annoying when it happens. But now it's just going to spit out anything that it has in there. That's not good, is it? Because we want all that to go into here. So what we're going to do is something like this. That gives you your upwards conveyor. You're going to get rid of that. You're going to place in this shit. And you're going to set one of these here. Finally, you would do something like this. Boom. So we're currently using the fusion reactor to generate something power-wise. Now all I need for my stuff is those gas centrifuges, which I think you've already got them. And then I just put out my hexafluoride into the last guy here. So the gas centrifuges go on top of these, and then I'll place in my hexafluoride pipe like that. I'll stay out of your way now. And that should be everything it needs to do. Oh, this is good. Oh yeah, you need to set them. I'll get it. Oh wait, is it? It is doing something. Oh wait, because we're running 4 of them in a row. We actually need the upgrade. Yeah. I don't know if all of them need it or if it's just one. I would say probably all of them are going to need it, but we'll just do one at a time. Oh god, it's worse. It's not that bad. The upgrade's not that bad. It's worth it though. It's very worthwhile for us to do. I see colors. Oh. No power. I can't read chat, but it can type. Okay. The other thing we need to do is we need to look at do you have a power output for this thing? Because I can link it to that. Could link it to this grid. We also need tons of capacitors. Shrabbadate capacitors wouldn't be a bad idea. So, we gotta figure out the power problem with this. Because I need a power input for it. I think I'll just do it from the main grid. And then you can export your power out of the fusion reactor into the main grid, and it can accept from the main grid instead of doing all the extra steps. That's bad. Uh-oh. That's a conveyor. Oh, well, that'll be fine. We'll head all the way up to the surface to figure out what we're doing with this. For now. But I'm going to hook it to the main grid. I'm going to hook it to that. So it's, it won't take me much effort to hook it up to the main grid. I just have to dig straight up and then figure out where my connections are, which are literally all over the place anyway. And if I need an extra long cable, I can do that too. I think we have a couple extra. Alrighty, so here's the main grid connection. Almost done. It needs me to cable quite a distance with these, probably. It's such a shame that I lost my old toolbox full of these. Because we would have so many of them. That should be all of them. And then I have a large cable here. We probably have a few more cables at the place. That is the greatest chat message of all time. I hereby decree that that is the chat message of all time. So I guess power in goes into here. Then I just need to cable to that. This is an issue. Kind of. Okay. So this was a power out. Then if we go ahead and use our brain cells for a second, we can reconnect this guy to this guy. Except it's, is it in range? Oh yeah, it is. Fucking... It should be in range. That's okay, we'll fix that real quick. Let me just find, where it's hiding. I know there's another cable thingy in this guy. There's gotta... You know what? There isn't. I can tell you that already. E. Squared. Well, that is an idea for how to do it, but in this case, each power plant has their own capacitors. So technically we're doing the same thing, but each power plant has its own capacitor system. And yeah, that's like kind of like for your throughput and everything, you want to have more. But you need to have I don't need to do that. I don't need to set it up. I have a good way of setting it up that works. Because all I need to know is that I have throughput that goes one way, and then I have storage at everything. Hello. Welcome. This is too far away? What the fuck? I sometimes question my sanity as I realize that these cables are HBM's dumbest contraption. Dumbest contraption, yes. Yes, there's limitations. Pythagorean theorem. 3-dimensional Pythagorean theorem. Do you stream for... Yeah, usually I stream for longer on the weekends. I have a 4-day weekend, so... Because I don't have to go to work super early in the morning. On the weekend. Plus, I need to get caught up with the days I've missed, so... There we go. That looks safe. Probably. Probably is safe. This guy's not even set up yet. He doesn't even have a power input. It's okay, because we can just cable right into him. Cable right into this guy. Boom. Somebody need help with this stuff. We're probably gonna have to help somebody get on here. Nice. Satisfactory conveyor belt usage levels. I'll just send over my mod folder. Let me just help this guy out real quick. Desktop shortcuts. No. Minecraft? Yes. HBM space. Mods. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make a new zip. WinRAR archive? Or WinZip archive. Just going to go with the WinRAR archive option. No, not that one. That's not how it's done. Hold on. This is gonna be a minute. While I figure out how to make the most compressed zip of all time for this guy. So I would do... Hold on. My brain's select. Then I'll go ahead and do a WinRAR archive. Add to archive. Or I could do... What is it? Yeah, so I'll do that. Yeah, it's not correct anymore. add to archive, and I'll do... So, in this, we have dictionary size. I can show you all what I'm looking at right now. Let me just pop it up so I can teach you all the magic of WinRAR. I use both this and WinZip. Here we go. This is the magic of WinRAR. So, we can select our archive format. If I do RAR, it allows me to compact it more. I don't know if I'll do this or WinZip. If I have WinZip. I don't actually know if I have WinZip. I probably should have 7zip or whatever it is. Show more options. Compress? This just does it as... Oh, you can literally do a zip file and this... It's just built into Windows? Okay, we'll see how that does. I mean, I really hate that it doesn't compress that much, but with RAR, you can compress RARs down super compressed. We'll go ahead and give that a shot in a second. Because that's cool to show off. But this will be like... We'll see how compressed Windows got this thing. Mods2.zip is only 282 kilobytes. But that means it's 2.8 megabytes or something. I don't remember. 2.82 megabytes probably. So if we want to zip this, we go WinRAR, add to archive. Yeah, that one. And then you just go ahead and hit this one. You set your dictionary size to 6 gigabytes. Wait a second. That's different from my other PC, because it can only do like 4. It can't even do gigabytes. It does like 128 megabytes. Cool. This will be perfect for them. Hopefully I don't crash anything. Using 4 gigabytes. It probably uses my GPU and RAM and stuff. Super intense process. Okay, we'll see how that does. Hopefully I don't crash anything. Or lag anything out. Yeah, I know, but like that pack is wrong. Like, I'm gonna be honest. It's missing a lot of stuff, and I want to update it anyway, so... Let's see, mods.rar is only... Oh. Okay, which one's smaller? We'll go ahead and say the zip is. That's actually a pretty good experiment, now that I think about it. Drop that shit in there. And it exceeds it? Okay. Don't worry, I have a plan. But, that's enough of that. Back to, me doing nothing. Oh, hey. What? By having them not... Yeah, well, it's okay. It's not... It's fine. It's fine, okay? First, I have to go ahead and do some stuff. Drive. Then I'm gonna just go ahead and upload... Upgrade. No, fuck that shit. No! New file upload... No. New file upload. I go to desktop... .minecraft... HBM space mods.zip or mods2. It's mods2. Upload that shit. Uh-oh. 28 minutes left. Anyway. Let me just go ahead and, help now that I've figured out that I'm solving that issue. Hopefully that doesn't melt down my internet, but it might. So, at the same time, you need to have... Okay, let's see. I'll just take a screenshot and send that shit over. It should just look like this, kinda. There you go. That will probably solve your problem. If you have anything else, it will probably not work. And if you have any eye, it's going to not work. Now time to fix this other issue. Because I haven't actually invited people to the Discord. So we're gonna go ahead and copy the hidden link. And then just paste that right in there. I said paste it right in there. There. Now anybody who's fortunate to have made it to this far... Oh my gosh. Yeah, it is causing internet issues. Okay, well I can just do that later. Cancel that. Cancelled. Good. Cancelled by my haters. AKA Internet Service Provider. Or ISP. The biggest hater. We also need to do inserters for every single one of these. This is amazing. I haven't even gotten that far for that though. So, but it is doing its job. Yep, it needs one of these. Cool. Mercury. Ooh. That sounded weird. Who cares? I do weird shit. Nice. I get an iron plate back for all of that hard work. We just turned a nickel plate back to an iron plate, guys. Ooh. All of that hard work for nothing. Sometimes I think that I should be smarter with my stuff. More mercury pellets, please. Fort of Dash production is gonna go well. Yeah, we need to figure out the logistic net for this. This is gonna be a pain. I'm just saying. Because we have to supply every single RTG with gold pellets and a constant supply of them. Well, that's fine. We have the constant supply. We just need to get the pellets to them. Who is this? Who is this nameless person? Oh, wait. Is that you on the map? Oh, it is. Okay, cool. It was just because I was above ground. So our power is going through there, and then we need a power output grid over here. Which means we need to install capacitors for that. Shrabbit 8 capacitors, probably. What is this? Oh, this is a chem plant? Oh, okay, that's cool. For the other stuff. Plutonium's doing its shit. And this guy, he's got no upgrades, no upgrades. No! Okay, I'll fix that in a second. I'll get to that. Is there no upgrades? Natural uranium. Low and rich. How did it get to that? That's kind of confusing, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Well, I will make some upgrades for that. Centrifuge turbo upgrade. Not bad. Just gold wires and motors. What is the cost of 4 of these? If you can calculate that in 5 seconds, I'll give you nothing. Actually, I think I could do that. Just a giveaway. I could literally do a giveaway and I'd be fine. I'm financially in a good position. But also at the same time, I don't make much money from YouTube. All my money is made from my actual job. Which is, that's like backwards, I feel like. I feel like it should be the other way around, where all the money is made from YouTube. But apparently my actual job makes me more money than YouTube does. But I won't say that because I don't want anybody to be like, oh, hey, fuck this guy. Really? I don't actually know. I am just doing what I think makes sense, so if it makes sense, or I think it makes sense, I'm just gonna do that. I mean, it's okay to have them all faster. Because if that last one runs super fast, we need them all to run super fast. Plus, we could, if we don't need them here, we could just put them at the other place. But this is a cheap recipe. I know the only part that's annoying is this part. Fuck! I hate this. That's fine. Because I have all 4 of them right here. Well, that makes it a little bit better. Or does it? No! Shit. But I know exactly where I can get the stuff we need for that, so don't worry. Because that can be grabbed from a place not too far from here. Not in Narnia, not anywhere I can't go. But quite literally over here, if I just grab out some of these pellets. Would you look at that? I have iron plates now, guys. Look at that. I've turned my nickel into something slightly less useful, guys. Oh my gosh, so useful. Look at that. Iron plates from nickel. Oh my gosh, this is the best setup, guys. It's so good. Oh wow. Gotta just love the James 2H fork for this reason. This treason. Dear God, it's unfathomable. Anyway, my gold 198 can't make nickel into better substance, so just makes it into a worse one. A shittier substance. We're just gonna pick up a few of these things and just start throwing them in random places, okay? Looks like I need one here. One here. Hell yeah, guys. Absolutely crushing it out here. I think I'll even be able to insert enough of these to, like, I think we're gonna make enough of them to fill the entire place by hand. I don't even have to do much work for that, but I would want to have it fully automatic. But I could technically just fill the entire place by hand. Like, look at this shit. It just keeps going. Keeps going. Keeps going. Holy shit, though. That's a lot of them. Oops. Don't mind me, I've just got too many of these things. These also need to have a power output grid on them. All of these. Because we're now generating so much power from this. This was the part of the thing that we didn't even think about until now, is that this now is generating energy too. Which means we're gonna need that Schrabbedate capacitor units and stuff. There we go. That wasn't that bad, was it? Well, because we were doing it one at a time the first time, it sucked, but... So now we should have, like, endless supplies of gold 198. Which is good. Our throughput will be infinite now. Which it actually is infinite, so that's, we'll see how this goes, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna be putting so much throughput in this thing that, not even the oil setup is keeping up now. Heavy oil? What's the problem with heavy oil? Why is it so slow? Is it fucking vitamin? It just can't keep up because it doesn't have enough fractioning. Well, my friends, this might be the time that I need to upgrade the amount of fractioning towers I use on that thing. Because that is just too slow. And if you double the amount of fractioning towers you use, you double the rate. I don't actually know, because we haven't set up the power grid yet. And I don't have the supplies right now to do that. I can do it, but I don't have... I've got another thing I'm working on. And so it's going to have to be put off, but... We should be making a lot of energy this way. I can't do the math either right now. We could do the math and figure it out, but that's going to take the entire stream and nobody wants to see that. So... This is a bottleneck here. Is it doing any problems for us? Or is it just sulfuric acid? Just sulfuric acid. That's okay. That's not a problem. I don't have a problem with that. Right, so there would be a loss. Okay, if you're running this many RTGs and... Holy shit. What the fuck happened here? I just saw this thing go from like 0 to 100 in it. In like 5 seconds. Well, let me find the rest of the fractioning towers so we can fraction more effectively. 8 of them. I love random cats in the UIs. Yeah, for the reformer and stuff. Somebody has JEI installed. NEI installed. Hey, NEI crashes the game. This is amazing. Okay, so what we're gonna do to solve this is we're gonna stack, stack, and stack until I have enough throughput to handle it. What's IP? Radman. If you want to connect, it should all be in the Discord, or somebody can help you. We have, let's just say the connection's not gonna be great, probably, but it depends on where you're at. Yeah, it's NEI that causes that to happen. Okay, this should be enough throughput. I really hope that's enough throughput. I mean, I'm glad I have enough fractioning towers to do that. And don't have to do extra work for that. But Jesus, this is gonna be fast. Oh, you know what? Actually, yeah. So if you want to join, it's all in the Discord. I'm just saying. I don't need to. I don't want to do that. It will probably not fix it, but it's all up to luck to decide that. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Jeez. Oh my gosh. An absolute hole right there. Need industrial oil piping. Yeah, Rex is some kind of hacker man guy. I don't know. Some kind of weirdo. Just appears out of nowhere sometimes to show up and drive around for like 5 seconds and then disappears. He's an absolute genius, though. We can say that. And time for me to go ahead and place the world's greatest pipe for industrial oil. Shit. Okay. Good thing I caught myself on the edge of that pipe. I don't actually need to do it this high. This just looks funny. Is this industrial oil? It is. That is the best setup of all time. This is actually my best oil setup. It's so small and it does everything. I'm using NEI. It just doesn't like it for some reason. It just Radman doesn't like NEI, I guess. It doesn't play well. It doesn't play ball. Maybe he doesn't like my version. Well, yeah, and then you try to connect over Radman. I bet it works fine with like a server. I'm not that far yet into the project for that. Well, see, I'm really on the fence, but I could technically take my old computer and make it into a server, but it wouldn't be a 24/7 capable thing, and I would want it to be. And then I also would need to... I could just build one server, and then just host off of that. But what if I want to host my own email address, too? What if I want to do that? Could I do that all on one machine? I don't know. Maybe. Host my own email address would be like the most coolest thing, but that's like for a nerd. What's the server's hosting service? Me. I'm gonna build my own at some point. But I literally just host it through Radman, which is in Discord. Right now, that's what I've been doing. But I will build a 24/7 machine. I've already planned it out. It's just gonna be expensive, and I don't have, it's also we're in the RAM shortage of all time. So, fuck whoever did that, because they are absolute assholes, but, and I also don't know about the DDR5 stuff, because that's, like, so new, I don't know anything about that. And I barely know anything about DDR other stuffs. DDR4 and 3. What I do know is that I need special RAM for it, so that way it's, able to run for as long as I would need it to be able to. Yeah. That's also the other reason, is because I don't want people to just be like, pop in, and then all of a sudden we have, like 10 fusion reactors, and I don't know what's going on. I'll be like, oh, that's nice, we've already finished the game. Just the point of me being here is to also play the game, so, I mean, like, if we finish the game and I'm not here, that's kind of... What do I get from that? That's what I'm saying. It works well for some people, because some people are closer than others. That's all I know. Yeah, that too. I do want to have a 24/7 thing available. It's just that I gotta wait on that. But that's why I've been doing pretty good at investing and stuff, and making sure I do that. Because in a few years, I could literally just have multiple times the amount of money I put in, which is awesome. Because the way it works is that the market always goes up over the years. So even if I put in money now, as long as I'm putting it into good mutual funds that are gonna go up over the next few years, like gold. Gold literally went up in the past few months like $20, and I'm at $192 or something from that, is what I've made. So I went plus $192. I'm like, dang. Gold was where it was at. Bought that shit for 45, and it went up. So, I mean, if only I had bought into like RAM back then, or like Nvidia or something like that. Nvidia goes up, but here's the thing, is that I don't know if I want to buy shares in that, because it's such I don't usually... Like, what if it goes down? I don't really like that, because... See, with a company like that, everybody puts money into it, but until they... Like, what if they stop doing good, you know? That's bad. It's all about how well they do. Whereas in mutual funds, somebody else decides all the work and does all that for me. Just put in money into those. Also gets me a lot of diversity, because it's like, I don't do any of the investing. Somebody else does it. I'm just putting my money into a guy who probably knows what he's doing. Well, not all of it, but you get what I mean. It's a good, just split it out good. I gotta get back to what I was thinking of. But, yeah, gold was a good investment for me. I liked that investment. But I'm not taking my money out of gold, because I don't know if it's going to go down. It was actually going down yesterday, but that's over the day. Physically buy it? No, it's, so I bought shares in gold, basically. The value of it, like, if you buy gold, like, what's the point? you can't really do anything with a solid bar of gold. But, I mean, yeah, it's worth a lot, but you're not going to be able to sell it. If you did, you're not getting the full value out of that. So if I own shares in it, then I've also gained shares technically. Technically, I've gained shares. Because the more money you have, the more shares you technically have. They're kind of correlated. Or you get dividends. Every once in a while, you get dividends, which are like, the company gives you shares. That's always nice. Always nice. Because I made a lot of money that way. So I had started with like day trading, and I made $54 and then lost like all of that, and then $113 extra dollars. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna let it sit here and not bother with it. And the next thing you know, a few months later, I checked back and it's at where it needs to be at. It's at back to where it was and then some. I'm like, what the heck happens? Yeah. This needs to be made into these circuits. Yes. And I need the rest of my plates. What does it need besides that? It needs the other things. Those. Cool. Alright, so now I need just said fatal error card. Well, we already knew it didn't work and we told you. But sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. If it wasn't when you were opening your inventory, then it might be a problem. Other than that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just work here. Looking for my iron plates, which are hiding somewhere in a box not too far from here. Oh wow, we have so much of this. Oh my gosh. What am I ever gonna do with all this? I'll just grab this box right here. Grab this loot box of asphalt. You only get one loot, it's all asphalt. Find out how that works. That one's good. Got too many of these things. I could just get iron. Crazy how much stuff this mod takes from Terraria. True. Wait, really? I mean, asphalt's kind of just generic. You could argue that it doesn't take it from Terraria. It's just a generic thing. Like, even Metallurgy Reforged has asphalt. I think even Tinker's Workshop has well, it has Yellowstone. Brownstone. Ugh, sounds disgusting, but it just makes you run faster, really. That's the first step, is almost done. I just need, those. They're hiding right here, in plain sight. And then I also need these. And then I can just place it all together. Oh, well, look at that. Nice. Motors. 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 Forza Motorsport. I know it's generic, but it looks exactly like how it does in Terraria and makes it run faster. That's fair. That's true. But, I don't know. I don't know. Just pray for the wiki to have it, and if it doesn't, ask fish. This is gonna end badly, somehow. I don't know. We just need to get it to where I need to get it to where NEI works. That's what I need to do. But then I don't do that because I'm busy with other stuff too. Like today, I have planned out exactly all of the steps I'm gonna do to make everything go well. Have you fought the flying saucer thing from Terraria? No. Not yet. Okay, let's see. We need to do this thing. Oh, the LES is depleted? That's fine. 6 of these. Okay, that's good. Wait. No, I haven't fought that thing. I've only played Xbox 360 edition. I actually have that with me right now. I was thinking for a second. Achoo. And sneeze. I think that's all I needed. Balzotron is just the Terraria Destroyer. Yeah. The mechanical worm. I had thought the Skeletron. Also the Akram, which is the other one. Since it's a legacy edition of Terraria, and they still have information about it, you can still find information about the fucking Akram. The boss of all time. Nice. Got all 4 of my upgrades. And then some. Cool. Alright guys, we're gonna put these in the box. If you need to know a recipe, I might have the answer. But you should ask the wiki first. Yeah, Akram is pretty neat. Pretty neat boss. I forgot everything about it, but it was pretty neat. I've only beat it once. But that was the final boss. I was like... Actually, I beat it twice, at least. But with my first character, I like, sucked at that game. My second character, for my second playthrough, I did a, I don't know, I think it was like bows or archery or something. But like, that game is fun for when you do character builds, because then you can, I don't know, it's pretty fun. There we go, that's the final stage. Here's the first stage. Here's the second stage, and then, extra stage. That way I can get this thing running at full capacity. No! Stop! Stop this! Does anybody remember back in the day you used to be able to place down the lamps and use them as leaves for Galacticraft? It's a fun fact. You used to be able to place lamps and they would act like leaves for Galacticraft. But then HBM probably patched it. Or he didn't, because he doesn't tend to patch those kind of exploits. I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna say that right now. I don't know if it's true or not, but my experience, he usually leaves all of the exploits to you. I actually don't play Terraria anymore, surprisingly. I don't know. I haven't really been able to get into it in a while. I've tried, but at the same time, haven't really been able to get back to that. Alright, so what needs to happen here is I need to take out my fluorite, because it's clogging up the machinery. I also need to take this and put it back into here. There's our recipe. It's making billets, not nuggets. Ugh! This is absolute madness. There we go. That's how it's done. Nice. And this place is really laggy because of this. Holy fucking shit. Oh, yeah, that's too much power. We're making power. Oh, we're making power. Voltage regulator are banned by the local government now. There we go. That's much better. That shit's fucking terrible. Why did I decide to set up a system that does this? Oh, if we have this much energy, cut off the system here. But it doesn't need to do that. Technically, I could just hook it up to that. Because that's an input. What kind of brain dysfunction just happened that I decided, oh, we need to do this. That's terrible. That's fucking dumb. Well, actually, that's for if it's okay, maybe not. Maybe I take it back. It actually does need that. Because if it's self-sufficient, it's going to basically need to cut off the power anyway. It's just it's not self-sufficient, so it becomes a fucking clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. That's all it does. Much like some people. But I don't know. And then, of course, now we're running into spaghetti trouble. And what is spaghetti trouble going to give us? Absolute pain. Because let me tell you, we can't go that way. We have to go this way. So that means I'm going to have to go wide. That's all I'm going to have to do. Go wide. Because, this thing is going to do some dumb stuff if I don't. World's most annoying clock? Yeah. The switching power. Um, 1.4. I don't know what 1.4 is. I just know I've played it since like 2015. Been playing Terraria since 2015. Since like ages ago. Like decades. Feels like decades. Oh, it is a decade at this point. Jesus. 2015 was a decade ago. Oh, well, I just realized that I'm almost 2 decades now. That's great. This is the moment of all time, guys, when you realize you're becoming old. An old man. Oh shit, stop that. Stop that right now. This is a problem for somebody somewhere. Oh my gosh. Why the heck do we have... What the fuck kind of brain power went into this? Fucking... No, do that, not that. I don't know what that was, but that was not what it was supposed to do. It was being very, very, very dumb. And now we have a spill of uranium. This is a catastrophe, guys. But it's okay. It's okay, guys. The uranium spill is only a slight issue if you live in these states, XYZ states, and then, yeah. May take some adjustment for me not having NEI or Wayla. Suck it, nerd. Welcome to the club. HBM Nuclear Tech Club. And now I can take all this uranium shit, slap it on that thing. Now we have a steaming pile of uranium in this thing. It's great. And that's gonna go ahead and produce the stuff to produce the things to make the cycle go vroom vroom like it's some kind of car. But it's okay, because now I need to figure out how the heck I'm gonna get past all of this. I think we can just take a thing out this way, and then it will work. Yeah, that actually might work this time. So, conveyor madness. I'm not sure about that, but, like, on a server, yeah. Not on this, probably. I think it will literally just freak out if you have any side things like that. So now it needs to get those from somewhere. And it should have gotten them. I do not received any. Plutonium 2 something something. Plutonium. Plutonium. It's okay because I got more of it. Somewhere. Where the heck is the plutonium hiding? This is a problem and a half. Problem in 2 decaliters are right here. Okay. We're just gonna go ahead and combinator these. Just where's my combinator funnel hiding? 'Cause he's pretty useless right now. He'd be very helpful for this though. Good job, combinator funnel. You're gonna solve all these issues today, right? Righto, righto. Good job. Absolutely astounding. And now I'm gonna throw all of this shit on the conveyor. I don't know what that sound was, but that's a lot of lightning. I hope it wasn't a problem for me. That's how it do be though in HBM mod sometimes. Do be like that though in HBM mod. Yes. And it made 5 billion billets, so we're gonna have to solve that issue right now. It's okay, we can fix it. Give me my billets into ingots so I can throw them on the ground. Oh wait, there's more billets going through. Jesus. This is my conveyor spaghetti, guys. It's pain. This is... I mean, the NEI does work, you just can't even open your inventory. Like, it works, but you can't open your inventory. So, like, what even is the point in having NEI at that point? Like, there's no point. It works, but I'm not gonna be able to open my inventory. Okay, throw those on the ground. That is a lot of lightning bolts. What is going on out there? What is this? I will be on the surface in 30 seconds. Whatever god we've offended by doing this project is going to die. Oh. What is this? How does it work for me? NEI works perfectly for me. I'm not sure. I don't know what this lightning is coming from. This is, I guess it's the storm, but that was a lot of lightning. Yeah. Bad omen of some sort. God is afraid, though. Don't worry. He fears me. There's no reason he's gonna destroy us, our civilization. We might have reached Kardashev level 50, but he won't stop us. Not yet, at least. Actually, we are at Kardashev level 1 now, which is actually pretty impressive now. I'm impressed with this achievement. This here that we've become Kardashev level 1. So now, this is gonna do its thing. It's gonna output somewhere. And it's gonna figure its life out. Somehow. Through another one of these. Oh my gosh, I love hoppers into conveyors, into assembly machines. That is my favorite. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Okay, we need more of these. And of course, if we got more of those, just shove them in. Just shove them in there. Shove that thing in there. Boom. Go. It's good. This guy's doing his job. These guys are pretending to do their jobs, and yeah. Now, all that uranium-235 is practically useless. Because let me tell you, what am I gonna do with 235 uranium? It's not even that good for nuclear stuff. For bombs. That's all it is. Bombs. Look at that. 15 to the custom nuke. Or if you do this, you can get 30, but that shit sucks. You can't stack it. It's hard to carry that much of those.
And if you want to max this thing out anyway, just use Neptunium. It gives you 30, and it's also practically useless. Yeah, there is a Dyson swarm. There is the Dyson swarm. That lightning is ridiculous. We might have actually done something bad. Somehow. What is that? So somebody go investigate that lightning. I am concerned with what it might be. I think it is of vital importance to the state that we put an end to that lightning. It stopped? Was that just the lightning storm? Is it done raining? What was that? I think some tomfoolery is at hand right now. Where even is it landing? It's not even here. Maybe it's... We have to head over to Soy Jack Industries to find out where those lightning bolts are coming from. He must have pissed off God himself. It was all Soy Jack. Nope. Nope. Maybe it isn't. Ugh. I think it is. Not. Well, we don't know where the lightning's coming from, but it is an issue. That is terrible. Let's go back to what we're doing over here. Have you seen the new HBM update? I think I went over it at the beginning of the stream. I don't remember. I was looking at it. But it says some stuff. Not too much stuff. Or maybe I had a dream about it. I don't actually know. I don't know if I said anything about it. So this one, he is going to take these Xernox rods and put them back inside of himself. And over here, before anything can get to this stage, we need to take out Xernox rods. And then we also need to tear down all of that. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put up all of this garbage. Inside of here. Then I'm gonna take my genius Gigabrain and I'm gonna solve the issue. Wait a second. This thing opens on the back? What the heck? I don't think it's supposed to do that. That's not good. That's weird. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but this thing opens on the back. Tab. We have everybody. It's good. Noise. Absolutely epic. And then, so all of the stuff that comes out of these could just come out the bottom. Yeah, it is. Are you planning to make some? Or something? Why? Hold on. Why are you asking this question? Let's go ahead and verify that that's not, we need to create a national security agency on the server, I think. National as in the International Defense Legion of, this HBM server of ours. This great HBM server of ours. It's like Why would you want strawberry ice cream that seems to be kind of a, thing for, oh wait, maybe not. Oh, it isn't. It isn't. So you could make this on the moon, actually, because you need butter, which I assume you get that from milk. Yes. And then you also need heavy whipping cream, which is also from milk. Or you could just make the mint ice cream. Mint ice cream. It's fucking weird. So all of the outputs will have to pass through the same kind of system. Jesus. What is this? Uranium needs to go out this side now. Get fucked. Goes to the correct location. I don't know where that one goes, but it doesn't go to here, so let's just go ahead and fix that. Yeah, I know. I just don't. I don't remember that being in Kerbal Space Program. I know this one. This Space Fork is all about that kind of Kerbal Space Program-y stuff. It literally takes the parts from Kerbal Space Program anyway. Especially because that's something not James. That was an HBM thing as well. For the missiles, he just took Kerbal Space Program stuff and retextured it. So now, we figured this out. Do 2 limestone there and a couple limestone there. That's good. So now we're figuring things out here at the setup. But one of the big things I gotta cover will have to be how to set up the setup. Again, backwards inverted edition. Do all the steps backwards inverted. Upside down. In Minecraft, upside down. Okay, so then with this, he's making his stuff. I need to pop into the ground to fix that. Because his stuff goes into here. What he does is he's going to make a billet of this stuff. So I'm going to head up to the surface. Looks like ice cream before asking for some. Oh. Yeah, I never played that far. I never played the campaign, actually. Or the missions. I suck at that game. I actually can't figure anything out in that game. I suck at it. That's no joke. If I tried to make a video of it, the only thing I can do is get into orbit. Or land on the moon. Those are like the 2 things I can do. Because I am no space genius. I am just a fish. Quantum space enthusiast right here. Not really. But I am just a fish. Who's calling me? What? Who is calling me? Why? Just gonna let it go to the machine. It's Friday, right? Saturday? Somebody's calling me. It's not good. Okay. I'm gonna end, fucking... Might have to end the stream soon. 6:52 in the morning. Just, who's sending me messages? Somebody's calling me. I don't like this. Don't like this at all. But it's probably for the certifications. Also asking about the strawberry ice cream. Because I saw the strawberry plants. I guess it's asking for certifications. I could probably get that. I gotta make copies of them today. That's what I gotta do. Certifications, make copies, and then send that. Yeah, that's something I had on my list of things to do. Make copies of my certifications. I gotta do some other stuff too. God dang it. I haven't even started my day yet and they're already calling for me. What are they gonna ask me? Oh, where's this? Oh, come do this. Oh, hey, we need one guy for this. That's fucking stupid as shit. Hey, you haven't been here, so we're gonna have you do this. Like, okay. Well, I suppose I could do anything, but, I'm just gonna put this to the microwave, okay? Could, receive messages, I could jam my phone, I think. That'd probably be a smart idea. Need the microwave system to do that. Just emit a microwaves. Just on the correct band and it will just jam that thing. Or put it in the microwave and not turn it on. And leave the shielding there. The microwave has enough shielding to stop any kind of signal from getting to it. Well, I thought that and then I tried it out and it doesn't actually work. It doesn't actually work. It was worth a try. I'm sure if I had lead, I could put it in a box and it would shield out the signal. Lead box. Okay, well that might work, but... I mean, actually lead would work. It's dense enough. I'm just kind of curious why microwaves don't interfere with Wi-Fi anymore. That's something, either the Wi-Fi has changed its systems, or there's more regulations on the magnetron system inside of the microwave. It's where it cannot do that. But I do need to create some kind of denial system for my phone. So that way it doesn't do stuff like this. Maybe the case could be a lead case that will block any signal through the phone. Yes, this is genius stuff. But at the same time, I'm not doing any genius stuff. It's just annoying. Why am I getting called right now? Is it for the certs or is it for some other stupidness that's gonna happen? I don't need to be involved with that right now. I've been doing fine. I'm doing excellent right now, probably. Yep. I already know that I've got plans for today anyway. That's gonna be bad. It would destroy the plans. The blueprint I've schematicized. If the blueprint is gone, then the problems will happen. We must let the blueprint stay in existence. We're making quick progress towards victory if I keep the blueprint in effect. See, the plans are simple. Step 1, obtain more things that I can put in a picture frame and put on my wall, okay? Because, look, it's cool to celebrate achievements, but it's cooler to have your wall be covered in them. So, that's what I'm gonna do. Gonna get as many certifications as possible, including my FCC technician class license, since that's my first goal. I actually gotta study for that later. I gotta keep studying. Gonna become a genius. And then this thing doesn't even have power. I just realized that. How are we gonna get energy in there? Now I have to be super quiet in case anybody might be coming to look for me. But it's okay. I'm gonna be strategically not dealing with anything. Everything's gonna be okay. Trust me. That and that. Okay, that should do the trick. Then we need to get a input for the rest of the fusion or the components for this. Let's just focus on what makes sense right now. And so at 7:30, that'll be my endpoint. Then my next goal is to conduct the next thing on the list. So then I can continue to move down my list of things I need to get done this weekend. First step is going to be kept secret. All of my plans will be kept secret. However, it's very essential that I complete these objectives. Oh wait, yeah, also I have to study today, again. Whenever the 24/7 server ends up happening, somebody should make 500 cigarettes. But it will happen eventually, we just need to obtain the funding. Which I was thinking crowdfunding could work, but we're not going to do that yet. We're not going to say that, well, we're just going to crowdfund it. Because I theoretically can obtain the resources to build it. Especially if I'm just building one. If I build the first one by itself, it's going to be cheaper than building all 4 of them all at once. See, as an engineer, my professional opinion says that it is stupid to assemble 4 servers at once. Well, actually, not even engineer. Home engineer, my amateur opinion, says it is genius to assemble less devices at once. But why was I getting messages? The phone microwave trick. Phone refrigerator trick. Unless I get screwed over somehow. Yes, I'm aware of this information. Okay. Phone, refrigerator. What things would I have to have enough shielding to block a phone call? This is a good question. Because I know that, well, the fridge will just silence the noise, but it might have shielding in there. Fucking refrigerate it. That's also bad for your battery life. But I could just turn it off. Turn off the fridge. Yes. Yes. So either I've done something stupid, or something dumb is going to pull me away from my plans. I'm just theorizing. Just theorizing. Just theorizing, guys. But I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Next goal. We're going to evacuate. That will be the next objective. Evacuate, so the perform follow-on objective. And then, of course, splitter for these. Need to split it in and split it out. Corrugated metal box. That actually probably could... You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how phones can even penetrate. They can go through the outside of a tank. Okay? They literally can... The signal goes that deep. Box of 95% uranium-235. Well, that would certainly do it. But they can go through a tank, which is, pretty much a corrugated metal box to begin with. It's not even, well, a full tank. Full tank has the depleted uranium in it, so, I mean, there's that. But, same time, it still can go through it. And with it, it's microwave frequencies. So if I want to deny microwave frequencies, I can either create some kind of system that jams it, which would be able to shut down every single system locally, or just not do that. Obviously, we could theorize about that all day, but microwave systems. I suppose what I could do is like I could probably actually engineer that, but the thing is like, does it work like a radio does? Because if microwave signal emitters, right? How do you emit microwaves through antennas? Because I know internet does that. How do you do it without a magnetron? Like, I can't think of how you would emit microwaves without a magnetron. They're like, there's no way to do that. Unless all of the antennas are just receiving microwaves. Then the magnetron's at the source. I would probably need a router, then use the router invertedly. Use the router to jam everything. I'm just, yeah. It's okay. We're going to execute the plan at 7:30. Follow on with other stuff. I'm getting another message. What is this message? Who is sending me messages? Who's calling me? Who is this? Who's doing these things? Just kind of worried, I'm gonna be honest. I'm very worried right now. Gonna be honest. Why do they want me? If it's for the certifications, I can just do that. But I won't know that information until I receive that information. Well, then again, it could also just... See, here's the thing it could be, is like some kind of test to see if I actually... Like, they could be, like, watching and then be like, alright, let's see if he actually answers the phone right now. Just to find out that information. But I don't think that that's the most efficient or likely outcome, because that requires somebody with my amount of intelligence to have concocted that, and even I wouldn't have thought of that. So that's not really a thing. And there's few people out there with my amount of intelligence. So that's okay. We've already ruled out that option. So option A is that. Option B. And why would I say to figure out if I answer the phone? Well, because I usually don't answer the phone. Because it's in my pocket. And if I'm walking, I don't answer the phone. So, I don't answer the phone. Usually. Because usually I'm walking. So, that's why I don't answer the phone usually. Next thing would be... Yeah, that's gonna be our sorbitic acid setup. I haven't gotten it done yet. I haven't finished. I'm still working on like the last steps of what I need. Which I need a splitter. They could be calling me to fill in any number of positions that they don't have filled. Which is logically a potential outcome. And more than likely is what's going on. At the same time, though, the easiest way to avoid that scenario is to just avoid that. Next scenario. There's a couple of follow-on scenarios they could have. Well, here's one of the other things, is that they could be calling me because they have nobody else to fill that position. Because everybody else has left. And so if everybody else has left, then logically, the outcome is that because I'm still here and they know this information, they will reach out and be like, hello, we need you to come do XYZ thing. Which makes a lot of sense. That's probably the 90% odds outcome. Let's go ahead and try out my next outcome that I can generate. I would say 90% odds it's that. Next outcome is that they have something that they need from me, and it won't be something super important. I would say this is, well, it is something super important that they need from me, but... Oh! Hang on a second. Now that I think of that, I do actually need to do the papers, or whatever bullshit it is, for something that is on the list of things that I have to do today. It's a good thing I've remembered that now. Now that I fought through the problem, it's not actually that bad. Let's scroll down. I need to print that off today. Let's see. I actually am pretty sure I know what it is now. Yes, a packet for that. Which, I mean, I couldn't do that yesterday. I didn't have time, so. Okay, good. Now I know what I need to do today. I need to print off that and a packet. And then on Monday, no, actually not Monday. It's a 4-day, I believe. So, unless I'm told otherwise, I'll bring it back whatever day I go back. I don't know if it's a 4-day or not. I don't actually know. Okay, but at least I know what it is. Most likely, there's 2 most likely scenarios. And I'm not going to answer the phone because of either of those scenarios. I don't want to take the chance that one of the scenarios is true and I answer the phone and like, hey, we need people for this. Are you available? Or like, they're not going to be like that. They're going to be like, hey, you come do this now. And I'm fucked. It's okay though. I am a engineer, some kind. Oh, wait a second. If it's a staff duty thing that exists, and I'm not there, then this is bad. But that's I wasn't informed of that. So typically you get informed of that in advance. Just saying, it's kind of a thing that sometimes happens. It's just rather concerning still. Alright, so when this goes through here, this will put in my thing to here. And I suppose what I can do is just get rid of that. Do this. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. And then this is going to become a conveyor. Inserter. And that finishes my cycle of absolutely annoying stuff. This is gonna be a pretty stupid day. I'm not helping with anything. No. Not gonna do that. I've already got what I think is gonna happen, so I will just say that I've already done it. Or that's already... Yeah, actually, that might be the right answer, but then if somebody asks it, oh, bring it to me, and I'm like, ah, shit. Destroy the planet. This is what's gonna happen. Option 2, destroy the planet. Well, actually, see, if I really want to destroy stuff, I could just literally degrade or do other things that are more destructive. There's more destructive things to do than destroying things, really. You could also just... Well, there's a variety of things you can do. Of course, we're not going to do those things. Probably. Okay, this is going to be an output. Then I need a wire that, or cable that goes in this way. And that's going to look like this, spaghetti. Spaghetti and meatballs. Ah, shit. Doesn't even have a way to get the cable in this one. Well, that will be how I get the fuel out then. Alright, so fuel out will be through there. Through the hopper. That's gonna... Well, it'll be fine. So for that, we're gonna have a conveyor ejector that blacklists this, so that way it can run pretty much any fuel. That's why you would do a blacklist, is to prevent any fuel from going in there. Then run the cable. Could also be them being too loud at 3 a.m. in the morning. But fuck whoever would say that shit. I need my beauty sleep at 3 a.m. in the morning. Guys. That's great. But we're going to try to reach that endpoint at some point soon. After we get this done, I think will be nice. Like after we get a little bit more of this setup complete. This is one of the biggest projects we've done on the server or on the world so far. This will take out any of the fuels it needs and shove them into here. Solvent, sorbitic acid. We do have solvent being produced, so that's actually 100% possible. So that feeds into this setup too. You'll have to find out where that's being made, but it is being made up there. I still need splitters. I still need splitters. I need conveyor splitters. I will get those in a second. Laser beam rifle splitter. What the heck? Come on. Just run over to here. And, of course, strategically deny any way for cell phone bullshit to go through my phone. Oh, you got a message. Did I? No, just nothing. No sig. I am receiving messages. The fuck? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Okay, this is new. This is some dumbness that's going on. It's okay. We're gonna deny any kind of Okay, I might have to go now. I don't know. The problem is a lot of problems are now occurring. It's okay. The world is going to burn. Ugh, hate this. I found where the solvent's made, by the way. It's over by the rubber, if you know where that's at. This is dumb, I think. I think this is a dumb thing that's happening. I think it is a dumb thing that's happening right now. I think it's something very bad. So, this is annoying. The Jeff K moment of all time right here. Jeff K. Jeff K. No, Jeff K. Jeff K. You know what I mean? Jeff K. Jeff K. Oh god. That's probably what they were calling me for. They were probably like, "Oh, can you come do this?" No, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. Signal blocking systems. Gonna be quite simple. Gonna destroy. Okay, we have a solvent pipe. We need energy for this too. I can hook it up to the energy in a second. I need to get the splitters. I keep forgetting because I'm like so focused on like 10 different things right now. But I do need to get these splitters. I need to go do that. I need to make the splitters. I need to fill the things with the stuff that they need to run. That's not going to be the hard part. Well, that CO2. Okay, I can get this done pretty easily. I just need to find where I kept my CO2 at. Then it's probably over here. We probably have CO2 in here. Okay, carbon dioxide. Cool. Grab that. I'm gonna grab some more from over here. It's perfluoromethyl. CO2 should be in this guy. We'll make some CO2, carbon dioxide. This is what I think it is. Yeah. What's this going on? Alright. Well, I'm done for today. I've done for too long, so my brain is shutting down. I'm gonna have to thank you all for watching. I'll see you all in the next one, probably. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what this is, but I think it's probably some kind of sabotage.